All right, I believe we are live now on both streams. Hello, everyone. It is your boy Cozy here with yet another stream. And today we're just gonna kind of pick up off of like yesterday. There's some things that I need. Do you want to? It's gonna be kind of an art stream, but it's also gonna be kind of a coding stream as well. So I just decided to make this a day. Count this as a day. We're gonna do some shader stuff because I'm seeing there's some weird behaviors with the shaders, and we're also gonna implement the tile map that we wanted to do yesterday. So I think if we're gonna do an order for things, I want to make the lighting on all the shaders work good. Maybe do some refactors there. Next, we're gonna get the tile map set up for the I don't know, the guardrails or something. I don't know what to call it. The tiles. And then lastly, we're gonna finish making the textures for the background, and we should have a level and stage made. Also, what's going on, Draco? It's good to see you. Always glad to have you here, Draco. Hopefully you're having a good night, good evening, a good day in general. But yeah, I think that's the agenda for today. Should be a straightforward thing. I mean, as straightforward as one can be, right? So I'm gonna open up our shaders real quick. I'm gonna clean up things a little bit as well on Rider once it opens up, and it's gonna be good. And while that happens, I think I'm gonna put on some background music, a little bit of background. We got the CD. We're gonna use the same chill VGM mix that we had last time. So I think we're just gonna start it from the top. Come on. There we go. Perfect. So we're gonna clean up some stuff here. We're gonna close a bunch of buffers that we just don't need anymore before we start writing any shaders or modifying any shaders. And I'm gonna try to unify. Oh, I closed all of them. It's actually kind of better. I didn't know you can do that. F and F. Standard. I want standard first. Okay, cool. So we have our two shaders here. My goal is I think I want to standardize this function. I'm going to centralize it within our Seagency light model. I know we have this PPL vertex thing. Per pixel lighting, PPL vertex, and then PPL fragment. So I think I might move our sprite shader here. Also, we have the green screen coming in tomorrow, so I'm kind of excited to try that out and see how that looks. It's gonna be fun to mess around with it. See, we can't make this place feel like a spaceship. Anyways, so let's talk about the issue we're having. In fact, let's just play the game and look at the state of it visually. I remember elements were appearing. Oh, they're not doing that anymore. Before, these would be okay. So these are black, the foreground, these shaders, and these as well. They're just completely black. They don't even have ambient lighting applied to them. The player in this element is actually having that, so that's actually kind of positive. We also have some weird effects happening over here. Like, you see that? I don't know why it's doing that. So if you see, we keep moving, you start seeing a little like bar of light appear over all this stuff. And that's not good. That's not good at all. So I want to see what's going on there. I also want to change all these shaders to use to not be dependent on using the cast shadows flag in the material. So a couple things you want to do. The major refactor I do want to do as well is that if you notice, we have these two shaders, FNF standard and then FNF standard BG. One's for the characters and interactable objects. The other one is for all the background elements that are going to be tiling. But we have this function that's basically just copy and pasted. And I would like to actually have it be centralized. However, there's some considerations about it that I need to think about. From the end of last night, yep, that's exactly what it is, Parker. We're picking up from where we last left off and gonna try to fix it. And not only that, I also want to work on doing the tile map stuff. Let me see if I can show it. The thing we did last time. Game board, entities, hazard, resources, lane set, that's what you called it. I also want to implement this, but if it's not visible, then there's no point in implementing this. So I want to have everything looking correctly before we do that. So graphics code today, and then we can start implementing more of that stuff. Also, my test, good to see you again, man. How are you today? I'm doing pretty good. Actually, I had a good day at work. Got a lot of stuff done. It was a good end of the week. And now we're ready for some game deving and making this world come to life little by little. How are you doing? How was your Unity project you were working on last time? I know we had that little snafu trying to demo the input system for Unity. Well, hopefully it was of use to you. If you started working on your projects, I would love to hear it or hear about it. Where is the player? Oh, you're intersecting the UI elements. That makes debugging way more annoying. Could we just move you to like a place? Okay, it's fine actually. Let's inspect this. We can at least look at this. And you're using what material? Per pixel lighting. That doesn't change anything actually. Interesting. So that doesn't affect stuff. Weird. What's the element we have selected? Okay. Mesh render, mesh filter. Is it using an internal? It might be using an internal. Let me look at the hazard though. That's what I'm like most interested in. And these should be using the same material as well, so that might be easier to modify. So what's going on with you? And we're gonna do this because I want to see the game render in tandem. So you got. So yeah, if we enable the cast shadows, we actually have the proper ambient lighting. When we disable it, we're not getting the correct lighting. And this is using FNF standard. So that's going to be our clue there. There's some branch in our shader logic that's causing different application of the shadow color. So let's start there. Well, that's good. I've been focused on the player movement here and there, and I finally got some decent basic player movement going. Let's go, dude. I'm glad to see that mind test. Yeah, it's fun when you start having player movement. It starts opening up a bunch of doors. It's exciting. I know when I mentor students and we do like the Unity demo thing, that's like a very fun thing for them. And you'll find it's like something that keeps coming back. Also, what's going on, Terrell? It's good to see you, man. How you doing, dude? Hopefully vacay is treating you well, man. I'm just waiting for a release to finish at my job before I take some time off to relax. I don't know, it's weird though. Like, I think it's not always the case, but it feels like the harder my day job is, the harder I go on my personal projects. It's weird, I don't know. But I don't know, we'll see. Anyways, we have the shader. We know that when we have this flag, no shadows, set to true, our lighting is being treated differently. So let me see if I can find any places where we're using that no shadows and see how things vary. Okay, we have that here defined. Only 2 places, so it has to be happening here in the light model. Interesting. Sunlight process. So if no shadows are on, we set is hit by sun to 1. And what does that do? Otherwise, when is this set to false? We do the whole depth test of the stuff here. Yeah, okay. I need more than a week to start playing a new game. Animations have been going well. Now I rest comfy and cozy here at the end of the night. Let's go, man. Hey, that sounds... Games kind of take up a lot of time, man. I'm playing through the original Zelda right now, and... Jeez, I didn't realize how much time it kind of sucks out of you. Metroid 2. Are these... So there's only 2 usages here, and it's here, at this level, where this changes. And what changes is the sunlight process. If no shadows is hit by sun, it's just set to 1. That seems odd. And like that doesn't do anything. I don't think there's any functions here that else. We have this else block. In fact, we're going to do this to make life a bit easier. I should have been doing this in the very beginning. Any preprocessors, it's kind of nice to just put them all the way to the top so it sticks out immediately where blocks like macros kind of end and begin. Oh, there is a hit by sun. And how is value factored into this? Oh, because we do the dot product, yep. And that determines how, like, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I understand that then. Okay, that seems to make sense to me. So let's test something. So we have this environment. In fact, I'm going to pause the game real quick so I can move freely. So let's actually move our light source. Let's do that real quick. So we have our background, we have our light, we have this guy here. So I have you all the way over there. But what if I were to bring you forward? Are you gonna illuminate? Where the player is right now? Here we go. And yes, they are illuminated. Interesting. Maybe we set it to 0. We have that rim lit effect. Cool. And when does it fade off? Yeah, it's kind of instant. See that? Interesting. Interesting. So we're getting somewhere with this. We are getting somewhere. Though this does expose something, which is that every single instance here is going to receive that rim lighting, so that might be a bit distracting, potentially. I might have to make a special shader for this and do some specific rules to deal with that. Under construction, dog. What's your deal, man? Why are you coming out the gate with that? And why are you trying to convince me, man? Either way, this is my hobby project. I use what I want to use. I think reliant on AI is going to make you less, you're going to lose critical skills. And no matter what, the easiest part of code is like writing. The hardest part is reading and actually comprehending. And AI generation accelerates the production of the easy part of code, but you end up incurring this cognitive debt. For things that don't matter, sure. Things that are critical, no. That's my take, at least. And here's the cool thing, man. It doesn't affect you. Doesn't affect you. Like a guard? Cool row? I'm sorry if I missed the context. What do you mean by like a guard? So what's going on here with the, I wonder if intensity is also factoring into this. If I lower intensity, no, it's not going to change the severity of the shadow though. It only affects the highlights. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we're not discussing it under construction. This is not a discussion, man. Like, I'm just a dude working on a game, man. It's not like I'm some kind of policymaker or some key influencer or whatever. I'm just a dude working on a game, man. On my spare time for fun, dude. shadows on. And if no shadows on man. Okay. Current depth, depth chord. Closest depth. Yeah, thank you, Terrell. Appreciate it, man. And Shudo, that is a point. I don't think, like, old or new abstractions, I don't really care, right? As long as the abstraction is actually correct and makes sense for the context. The thing is, though, it's kind of an arbitrary thing. I don't know. Sun cost. So yeah, I understand why we're doing this then. World position. Like, all this makes sense. What I need to figure out is where the shadow color is being applied. And that's likely not happening in... The sunlight process is actually performing correctly. So it's not happening there, this no shadows on thing. So I'm gonna skip to the next song. Per pixel on, no shadows on. That's the only place where we have that distinction for cast shadows, because I think we only implement it for directional lights. We do have shadow P, which is used for determining shadow colors. So we're using this per pixel lighting vertex pass. It's doing some calculations of some sort. We have this luminance value, O-light color, world position, world normal. Oh, my bad. Is that when I spend time making something, with me it's pottery and sculptures, I feel pride seeing the finished product. The journey of the hobby is where it's fun. The finished product is a reward. That's true. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And I think, like, people have different motivations, but I think for me personally, I treat coding as, like, this trade, this craft, and I take pride in it. And to, like, rely on it heavily for stuff would absolutely just decimate my will to, like, decimate my my drive. Luminance, world position, normal. And we have this PPL frag. Okay. So let's look at, because this is happening with the standard shader, actually, this one here. So something odd's happening at this one. And here's where we're calculating the shadow colors. So we have this vertex. Oh, we don't do the PS1 vertex snapping, we're not doing that. We do have this UV that we're calculating. I don't know, we don't need tangent, but whatever. We have this V vertex, PPL vertex. We call this function, and it's going to calculate all the values we need for the vertex, for the struct we're passing into the fragment shader. Cell size. What's going on here? Here again for the vibes. Let's go, Tully. I'm glad to have you here. I'm gonna override this. This is actually fun. Can I override it? Shudo's joke is fine. I don't know how to undo that. Okay. So I would learn OpenGL first to understand graphics, which would mean I'd need to learn C++ first. I mean, if you want to learn graphic stuff, I think the easiest thing is just to pick up a game engine and learn how to use shaders there, dude. I think it's easier, like, learn how to use HLSL in, like, Unity, for example. I think that's a very transferable set of knowledge. That'll make, like, that pickup easier. Or you can just go that route straight, just do C++ and then do OpenGL. But at least with, like, Unity, they make some decisions for you that you kind of, that, like, it's gonna be a springboard, essentially. Let's see here. I say Unity specifically because, like, Unreal it's very weirder to get to use HLSL. They really rather have you use a material graph, and then Godot has their own shader language, which is kind of very different from OpenGL. I think this is the closest. This is something that's very similar to it, oddly enough. Okay, so we call this. We're gonna override the UV value here, and that's fine. Then we return it. We can receive it here. Do all the fun stuff here. We do the palette calculation because that's a thing we have to include as well. I wonder if that might be modifying stuff. No, it wouldn't. And then finally we get the lit color through this function, UV coefficient. We have this X comp, Y comp. We do these alpha tests, and then we sum everything up. We had this whole thing over here where we sample a UV texture, like a bump map. But we got rid of that because I think at some point I wanted to do both for textures, but I don't know. I just commented out for now. Normal map, we do the changes here. Like, this stuff, I know it works. What is this RGB world normal? This is for debugging purposes. This is for me to understand, like, I was going through like a debug thing, so we don't actually need that, but then we have light process. And that's the functions that are called in our CGNC library. I wonder, sun cast shadow. Ooh, sun cast shadow. So wait a second. Does this function process all the different types of lights? No, it processes everything that isn't sun. So we process this point light, this line light, this cone light. Gosh, I want to go back to Messy Mansion, dude. We were doing some interesting stuff there. We have the sunlight process, which is a very specific thing. Maybe I might even get rid of it entirely because we're not using sunlights in this game, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe we'll leave it for now. Then we do the final light value calculations. Shadow. And then we do environment shadow albedo, and then we use a shadow P to kind of factor in. Because you don't want to have it just be purely one color. We want to kind of interpolate it. And then lit color is going to be a lerp between shadow, the albedo plus the light or times the light color. Okay, and then we're going to use luminance to interpolate between them. So that means that shadow might be the weird thing. Let's return shadow. Interesting. So if we return shadow, it's actually fine. It's actually the correct color. But when we return this, we're getting something very odd. So I wonder if maybe this luminance value is like, nope, we're clamping it between 0 and 1. It's also not backwards. Yeah, I think this is the correct order. So we have the lit color. We have an alpha override, but I don't think that shouldn't modify anything either. Interesting. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Is learning coding really that difficult, and where can I learn it? I tried following YouTube tutorials, but I still don't understand many functions. I'm interested in C#. Is there a difference between learning C# in game dev and learning C# outside of game dev? Yeah, so what I always say is that have a project in mind. How am I going to say this? Assess what you want to do. If you want to make a game, then you're going to be focused on doing that, right? And that seems like what you want to do. But not just any game. Think about the kind of game you actually want to make that gets you excited. And then, because it's one thing to just learn a tutorial and that's it. But if you have a goal, then each tutorial, you're going to be searching up specific things to get to that goal, right? So I think that's important. As far as learning to code, the best teacher is just doing it, experience. You're going to learn a tutorial and it's going to teach you how to do one thing. I think the most important thing is to learn how to take that one skill and start seeing how you can use it in different ways and explore possibilities. And let it be driven by curiosity. As far as difference of C# for game dev versus not game dev, there is a very distinct difference. Unity, for example, is on a lower, an older version of C#. It's also using a different scripting. It's using a different runtime version as well than most people use. So there's certain features that don't exist. There's some things that are starting that been popping in. Like I remember there's a big thing where like we finally got access to the thing called span and stack alloc and records and stuff like that didn't used to be there. Regular C# though, non-game dev C# has a lot more features and a bunch of other stuff on it. Yeah, I was going on 0. Honestly, I'm confused about which coding language to choose. I want C++, but my PC isn't strong enough. What do you mean your PC isn't strong enough? I have a super weak laptop that I used to do C++ stuff before. I guess if you're using an IDE that's beefy, then yeah, but you can do C++ code and like, you know, simple text editor and stuff. Heck, I imagine VS Code will be enough to do it. C#? No, C# is more recent, I think. My sphere cast does work, but doesn't interact with the layer mask 90% of the time. Weird. C++ for games in Unreal Engine? Nah, so Unreal Engine is written in C++, and they use C++, but C++ has existed way before that. Most important applications are probably, that you interact with, are probably written with C++. At some fundamental level. It's everywhere. And so many languages come out to try to kill it, and it just doesn't. They can't do it. You can't kill it. They can't even kill C, man. What's going on here, though? I'm finding this super strange. This is the color business. Because when we return shadow, this is correct. So let me return luminance. What are we getting? So luminance is just pure one. It's just one. Which means it should be albedo plus light color. What if I return, or albedo times light color? What if I return that? Interesting. Why is this transparent? Light color. Wait, what? Is light color? Does light color have some kind of a... Oh, interesting. There's a component that's happening here. Light composite. Light process. Do we modify that component whatsoever? I don't think we do. I think we do like some kind of intensity, but luminance is what affects us. So do we need to just set light color dot A to 1? Okay. We're still getting a 0 there though, which is weird. Or I guess that's what that transparent, it's saying it's 0. So that's actually not a, that's not wrong actually. It's just saying that, hey, this, actually no. Why is the albedo plus the light color, or times the light color producing that? So albedo is fine. Light color. Is it to do with how we're handling the luminance calculations for this? And if so, why is it that I still don't understand why the option of disabling and enabling cast shadows affecting that. Let me catch up. Does work. Exactly. It doesn't care about your computer. It's Unreal. It's just extremely taxing hardware. Yeah, Unreal is a beefy thing. So many code choices. I'm confused about which one to choose. I'm interested in C#, but my fundamentals are very lacking, as you said. It's very different than for game dev. Understand now. Yeah, so honestly, dude, I think out of curiosity, what kind of games do you want to make, Razor? Let's start there before I recommend stuff. Draco, I just opened my C files for the first time in a month, and I regret not doing stuff with them so hard, as I feel like all my small C knowledge leaked out. Back to tutorial limbo. Yep, that's what happens. That's what happens to me every time I go back to my C projects. For some reason, it's only in very specific spots that the sphere cast actually registers. Mass. What do you mean sphere cast? Like, are you doing a ray cast? Or are you doing like a like type cast? So this is where things don't work for some reason. What if I set it to 0? Also, this material. Actually, I don't need to select it. I know I have the material here. And this is with, they're not instance, right? Please tell me they're not instance. Oh, they're gonna have to be instance, though. At some point. That's the thing. Use bound board cell size. What is this? They're probably instanced. The more I think about this. Okay. Come on, let me click. Okay, thank you. Oh, this is without the disable cast shadows. Well, okay, this is not updating whatsoever. That's strange. Why is this not updating in real time at all? We're changing different parameters on it. Okay, it is changing there. So I guess that doesn't do anything. And this issue is... So this is independent of disable cast shadows, honestly. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter because this is only... This function is only going to do something if there's actually a sunlight, but there's no sunlight even to begin with, so the issue is not going to be stemming from there. It's going to be stemming... So it might be with how we're calculating our normals then. And how we're handling the composite. So I get rid of this. Okay, we're back to here. And that is the value of albedo times light color. This is meant to be a composite. But it shouldn't, if I look at, let me look at the, what we do it down here. Per pixel on, per pixel fragment. What do we do here? Yeah, we also do albedo times light color. And light color is light composite divided by total. So that's also correct. And we do the inversion, the clamp 0, 1, yeah. Shadow value to 1. Oh, before we used to do a min. Let's see here. Code. It's fun, dude. I was going mind test. It's so weird for a reason. It's only specific. It's like a raycast, but a sphere. Oh, like you're setting you're putting the sphere in a direction, and you're checking to see if there's any collision there. If I'm on the edge of a platform, I'd be able to detect the ground in theory. Gotcha. It's not wanting to work. Yeah, casts in general are always funky stuff happens. What kind of game are you making? I'll show you in a second. Once we get things looking good. Fixing my PoE filter with you in the background. I think I'm falling asleep faster because of the cozy atmosphere. Well, hey, that's
that I'm not offended whenever people say they fall asleep to my streams. That is the goal. Yeah, necessarily the goal, but I just want you guys to be relaxed. And I know if you're gonna be relaxed, you're probably gonna fall asleep. So that's the goal here. World normal. So by all means, if you want to have me in the background while you get some work done, dude, sweet. If you want to fall asleep, that's also sweet. And if you want to ask questions and stuff, by all means. I'll try to help out when I'm not focused on something, on a task. So we normalize this X and Y comp. It's going to be a direction vector of some sort. Normal value, map value. We flip it, yeah. The Z component, that makes sense. And then world normal. Yeah, and we set that as the world normal. I understand now. I understand what we're doing. And that shouldn't affect anything. Why do we have this in different orders? I have two functions that take in world position and world normal, but in different order. Why did I do that? I need to fix that at some point. Let me make sure everything else is correct too. Aggregate luminance, yeah, luminance, light composite, aggregate color, yep. Yeah. That's all good to me so far. So that still leaves me here though. Because light color is supposed to be the average of all the different light sources we have. This should not change based off of like... I guess it would change depending on what part of the pixels are being hit. Based off the normal, which we're kind of seeing. I wonder if there's a difference between the light composite. No, because light composite should just be the... Okay, I think there's something going on here. Let me test something out. And get rid of the sunlight color. So sunlight doesn't affect that. Interesting. So that would indicate there's something going on with the light process. World normal, yeah. Yep, that all makes sense to me so far. We're only using point lights, so any oddities would be happening here. And any weird stuff would be happening with the normal. That's where it seems to be happening. In fact, let me confirm something too before I go even further down this process. Where's our radius? Alpha test distance. We're setting it to 3 right now. If I change it to 1, does it get thinner? It's not getting thinner. Is this a property? Yeah, it's a property here. Okay. So this doesn't have to do with our normal at all. There's just something weird going on at some level. This has nothing to do with the alpha test distance. Also, it's weird that alpha is not impacting this whatsoever. That's weird. So more oddities. World elements. What is world elements? Use bounces. Oh yeah. I understand what this is doing now. Phase shift. Oh my goodness. We can't be using this then at some point because we're gonna have to change. Oh, that's a thing we have to do. Okay. I'm like getting psychic damage thinking of like the stuff that's gonna have to happen to make things work the way they need to work. Yeah, because it's gonna be stretched. If I change this to be 1, it's gonna be correct, but so I'm glad we narrowed that this is not the cause. I think it's just something fundamental about our shader. An issue with my code, one is that if I type in something beginning in Y or Y but it has another letter after it, still goes through as what? That's weird. The spherecast is only registering the edges of the terrain tiles and not the terrain itself. Maybe I don't know if that's what's happening. I'd have to see where you have to actually go in your project and see what you're talking about. Either a character limit or something. With my code, one is that if I type something beginning in Y or Y has another letter after it, it still goes through as correct. That's like it compiles. The coins are exhibiting the same behavior here too. That's weird. And the character actually looks fine, which is the stranger thing to me. The stranger part of this. Like if I turn off play mode and I re-enter it, we look at the player sprite, it looks correct. Oh, not anymore actually. You're seeing like the lighting here look correct on the side, but the lighting in the world, no. If we go to the player now, and go to the character sprite, can I please look at the character? Thank you. Here's a sprite. So is this not affecting anything at all? It was working nice yesterday. Let me see if it's something about runtime. So I turn that on and press play. What happens then? Weird. Let me also do one more thing. Where our light setting is, let's disable and re-enable our light component. I'm not crazy. I know we saw this working yesterday. Oh wait, there's an exception I'm seeing. Oh, that was after we ended. Let me see what's going on with the backgrounds as well, because they're behaving odd too. Here we go. So they have, when I turn this on, the behavior is very, actually it looks the same now. Is it, no, there's changes here. So yeah, we're having a very distinct change with disable cast shadows and enabling them. So with them off or on, you actually see the shadows back there, the ambient lighting. Them off though, it's just pitch black. That's what's striking me as so weird here. Because it should never just be pitch black. It should be, in worst case scenario, be just the ambient shadow color we've defined. And it's not doing that, and that's super weird. And again, this is happening with that specific constraint, so I don't know, it's odd. Doesn't it make either a character limit or something Y or Y for yes or no for is what it's doing? Like on input? Like if you're doing scanf or something? Oh yeah, because if you're doing like scanf or something and you're just checking the first character, then that would happen. Yeah, then you need to like, if you want to reject other stuff, then you'd probably have to do like a string compare, and that would return like incorrect if that's the return is false. Are you also taking input as a character or as a string? Because that'll change things as well. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you, man. It's always good to see you. I appreciate that even when life is busy, you pop in, dude. Hopefully you're doing well. Character, that's exactly it. A character is only one. It's what this means. It's just one character. So even if you type in a bunch of stuff, it's only going to check the first character. You got to scanf a string so you can have that specificity. If you type in a bunch of things, scanf is going to take the first character and say good enough. Yeah, there you go. Not that bad of a thing to deal with, though. More straightforward. What I'm not understanding, though, is going to be the sunlight process here. So let me just comment this out in entirety. Recompile the shader. Okay. So now there's no variation in it. But it was being fixed by the sunlight process, which is a weird. That's strange. Yeah. So there's something here that's actually fixing it. When this is false, meaning we don't do this, we actually go into here and we check like the depth map and check to see if this part of the object is in shadow and if we should render it that way. There's no text map, so I'm assuming it's defaulting to 0. Maybe this should just be 0. As hit by sun. Nice little constant. So what would, I'm kind of curious now, like what is this value we're getting here in this weird scenario? And just change, like, what do we have to change here to make it be more correct? Like, we did 0 before. Okay. If we enable this. So that seems to fix it, actually. There's no difference between these two. So is that really just it? Just that? Because I don't want to use that because there's some weird variability on different platforms' implementation of handling the empty case. Like on mobile it caused some issues, so that's why I end up not having any depth maps, but for that at least. But this is odd. So what's happening here? So we're returning lit color. I'm not doing that right now. Oh. Things are apparent. This geometry looks correct. The shadows on that, they're correct. We also have the fog that we were doing before. But that shouldn't affect these elements here. So that leads me back to this question. Oh, we have to do sunlight. We have to process that as well. There we go. And now we have our... I mean, kind of. Like now we have the appropriate shadow color that we're setting for the ambient light. We can change it and modify it, so we can go back to lighting, go to the environment shadow, and we can change things as need be. And it should adapt as well, so if I go here, like we can get very different. I might change the p-value though, because the p-value looks strange there. Shadow P. Let's do like 5. Oh, it's revealing too much of the underlying colors. Yeah, so we'll make this stronger. Cool. That looks more correct to me. Okay, cool. I think we fixed the issue. So we have better looking shadows now. So now we have to play around with lighting a bit. That's a bit more simpler. Paste component values. And then let me mess around with this lighting. Where is this lighting? Here you go. Where's the player? There you are. And then we have light source. Let's move it around until we get something we feel happier with. move it to like... I want to get the rim lighting happening. That's the goal here. We're not quite getting it on the character. Like, we have it for the backlight source, but not what's happening here. Almost feels like I have to have it be much closer to the player and for it to actually take effect. I also wonder if it's like a distance limitation thing. I don't know. She's not being affected by this too much. For as extreme of a light source this is, I'm not seeing anything crazy. Like something only happens at like critical junctures, like when it flips from negative to positive at like 0, like that, right? But it feels like the angle is very. It's very imprecise. So I might have to change some properties with like the. I don't know, I need to make this like a bit more lenient, honestly, to get the kind of lighting I'm looking for. So what would we do? We can try making the we can try making the angle a little bit more extreme for this. So add some biases to X comp and Y comp. So instead of doing add something called bias and then make it like different factors, and we can multiply these components by bias so that the angle could be more extreme at post normalization. Because like it's kind of ridiculous that at this angle we're still not receiving the rim lighting we're looking for. I almost feel like we have to flip the normals to get what we want to have happen. Yeah, like that. Though it seems it's smoothing for some reason. I don't want that. So we can reduce the bias a little bit. Or maybe return it back to 1. Nope. Come on. Why is this being weird? It's a strange thing. But no, I think this should be fine. I shouldn't have to flip it. So I think the dot product should still produce a variety of values there. Oh, you know what? We're not caching some of these properties in the shader. So I think I have to press play. Oh. I think I have to press play and then it's going to actually... Because we haven't passed certain sprite properties to the shader. Now it's going to look correct. Oh. So it wasn't working in play mode because we have to actually run the application for the shader, for the sprite properties to be passed in. Cool. Now the question is these environments down here, these the hazards, they're not doing anything correctly. Also, this is like too extreme. We're gonna have to change this. So let's move this back to somewhere that looks more reasonable to me. Let me catch up in chat real quick. Yeah, Kate. Oh yeah, I'm revising one. So I wrote a lighting system for Messy Mansion a long time ago, and I'm just revising how we handle some things because I was seeing some weird, odd behavior for the normals on, or for like the rim lighting for the character sprites. And it turns out that it was implemented correctly. I just, I mean, I'm adding more bias to it, but it was implemented correctly. It's just that there's things that have to be run on application. There's properties in the shaders that need to be set on application runtime, not in editor, and that's what was causing some issues. Also, let's go on Venom. Glad to have you here. And in Harshad, I use Rider. And good night. I'm back to fall asleep to this again. Talking to my girlfriend right now. Let's go, Jesse. Glad to hear that, dude. You just recorded the issue you're having in OBS. Okay, I'll have to take a look if you posted on like Discord or something. Do you even have Discord open somewhere? I don't even know. Oh, mind test. Yep, there you are. Okay, I guess at some point post it and I'll take a look, man, and see if I can't help you out. See if it can't be not customer support, but I guess tech support. Yeah, the background is looking better. I want to have the lighting though. I want these pillars, like I have a specific idea of how I want things to look and be. I think we're gonna have... And this works here, but we have another shader for the background elements, and those normals are not... We're not seeing the rim lighting as we'd expect it to. We also have the fog colors commented out, so... I think we do lit color equals this. Or no, we actually, this is correct. Returning this, that is correct. But yeah, that doesn't change this though. This whole sprite light stuff. We're partitioning this UV coordinate by width. Or width divided by this. Though, I'm not sure if that's correct. Hey mate, what's going on, Jocelyn? Good to see ya. I have a lot to learn about C strings. It seems I'm getting warning comparing integer and pointer. Oh yeah, there's some. C strings are kind of, they're just pointers. They're really just arrays. So here's a little crash course. So the way, let's go example. So you're familiar with ideas of like, hey, there's primitive data types like ints, and they can store a value like this, and you have chars, I don't know, and they can be equal to values like that, right? And then you can have things like pointers. I don't know, values. And they can be a pointer to something, right? Let's call this reference. Pretty sure you do like this, if I'm not mistaken. And now this is pointing to the value in A and whatever, right? So here's one level, and the next level of this. So not like you point to a value, but you can also like use that pointer to do math to access adjacent values. And that's how arrays work in C. So if you have like an array of, I don't know, IDs, right? And it's like, I forgot the syntax for this already, but it's like in 32, right? It's like 32 integers we're storing in this, or even 100 integers, right? An array of 100 integers. What you're actually doing every time you do like IDs bracket 1 or 0 or whatever, like indexing into it, is really you're getting a pointer to like the first element, and then you're doing some math on top of that. So ID is just a pointer to the first element, and then this bracket right here is just the increment to the next adjacent addresses. That's all you're really doing in C. So that's that's level 2, right? Above just the primitive types and pointers. And then the next level is that strings in C are kind of like that. So they're actually essentially just char arrays. But there is one specific difference compared to just regular old arrays like we did over here. And that is that they have a specific terminator. So with this int IDs of 100, there's no actual specific way to know where the end is unless you dictate it here. So for example, I said, oh, 100 is the total size of it, so I know that's where the end is. I can't go to index, like I can't do IDs 101 or 1001. That would be bad. But let's say you're receiving an array that you don't know any information about. If someone just gave you an array, or you're getting an array from, let's say, a function or a library or something, there's no way for you to know how long it is just by itself. So C added this convention where not only do you have a string that contains all the content, so it can be like, I don't know, we're doing hello, you're gonna have the first element be H, and then E, then L, and then O, right? But here's the difference between C, string and C, and then regular arrays. The last character has to be null, a null character. And that way, if you iterate through this array, you know when you reach the end once you read a null character, this guy here. And that is a C string. An array of chars where the last element is going to be null. That way, if you're doing like, I don't know, something like this. Put some placeholder thing here. Actually, what am I doing? I could just do this. This will be easier. No condition. I++. Equals, let's say we have a mystery array. Mystery string that we don't know anything about. Zero, that's gonna be the current character. And then if the current one equals null, we're gonna break. Otherwise, you're gonna do whatever operation you want to do on this. You can be copying. That's up to you, right? But here you can iterate through the C string, and then when you reach the end. There's a lot of weird stuff about it, though. There's a reason a bunch of standard string functions and even the Linux kernel have been switched to using their own special functions, because sometimes people don't do this. Or there's ambiguity in terms of when to add that null terminating character. But there you go. You have a good night, Parker. Take care, man. So yeah, there's your crash course on C strings and how they work and why they're different than normal regular arrays. And by the way, this whole idea of arrays, indexing into arrays just being math, where you have the address of the array and then you can just add how many elements you want to go to. That's why in C you can actually do, if we have this example here of getting element, let's say 5 or 4. You can also do this in C, and that's perfectly valid syntax or something. Maybe something like that. It's goofy, but it's kind of crazy, but it's essentially the same thing, man. What's your favorite color? I'm a blue guy. I like blue. Blue's a fun color. Simple, maybe basic, but it makes me happy. I like blue. I like pink and yellow. That's a nice combo as well. My favorite natural combo, though, is blue, green, white, and brown. Reminds me of nature. Save stir length and stir copy. I kind of want to do safe strings in my kernel. Hey, that sounds pretty rad to do. Purple and gold. Purple and gold, that work. Honestly, purple and gold, I just associate as a variance of purple and yellow, or pink and yellow. I don't know, for me, I just group purple and pink as one thing. They're just different variations within the same field. I don't know, they're not distinct to me. Have you written any Game Boy games? I've been working around in GB Studio, and it's pretty limiting with visual scripting. No, I haven't done that, but I've seen there's some cool stuff. I mean, last time I checked, back when I was into Rust, I know there's this whole crate around creating Game Boy games, and that seems pretty cool. But it would be fun too. I mean, I have a Game Boy here. I know this stuff is meant for ROM hacking or making your own games for emulators, but It'll be cool to actually get it onto a cartridge and play it on the physical thing. You have to check out the Evercrate. Yeah, it's on Rust. It's on Cargo. I'm not a Rust guy anymore, but it's cool that it exists. So we're figuring out this whole lighting business. This is a little bit weird because we're using the world space coordinates plus like some coefficients to create the UVs for these. So I can't just do the simple math we did before for this PPL, per pixel lighting sprite fragment shader pass. We're gonna have to do something a little bit different to sample the color correctly. Maybe not. Because I think the whole idea is we passed in this transformed UV coordinate into let's see here. So we have that world position dot xy times ratio. Oh, maybe you have to include that into. I thought I did that already, but I guess I didn't. I need to move this. Oh, because I think. No, we don't use UV for. Yeah, this. I should be able to do O.UV and do like O.world position and do that calculation here in the vertex. And then we can just do I.UV here and that'll just work. At least that's the idea. So far nothing drastic is apparent. Hey, but we're having the edge lighting. Okay, maybe that was just it. That was actually all we needed to do, and now we have some edge lighting happening on the backgrounds. Hey, I mean, okay. That's actually correct, because we're using a point light, not a directional light. The coins, though, are not looking correct. But I think that's because of the placement of the point light and not anything else. This is good, though. This is good. I actually like this a lot. I wish we could see more of the foreground. Like these pillars here. We're not really seeing them that well. So I imagine if maybe we move this on the X coordinate a little bit more. You might get something a little bit better. Yeah, we're revealing more of that here too. So the shadow color is completely obscuring the base texture. I don't like that. It might be due to the fog color as well. Like I think if we get rid of, if we return the lit color and don't do the fog calculation, we would have the underlying color visible. No, we don't. Interesting. That's strange. Hey, Syndicate. I'm at a loud party and I can't hear anything. It's okay, Syndicate. Well, you have a good one. Stay safe, and I'll catch you next time. You know what? I'm gonna change the CD. 1 second, guys. Let's see what we have in the menu for today. I don't want to you play that CD too much, so we're gonna try something else. I need to like finish labeling these because I keep I've forgotten. I never labeled them, and I started losing track. So we're just putting CDs in and figuring out what they are after listening. We'll finish labeling the remainder, but this goes into we'll put it here. That'd be fine. And let's look at our CDs real quick. No, that's the Robots the movie. Let's find a good CD to put in the background. Mysterious CD number 30. Let's put you here, and then we're gonna figure out what you are. So is this all in 3D but forced into 2D perspective, and how does the environment work? I don't really know anything about game development. I mean, so yeah, you actually got it quite right. This is a 3D environment, but I'm just using quads, basically like square shapes. What is this? Oh, I know this one. Okay. The bitter butter. So yeah, if you look, you'll see. I always say that, and it's kind of redundant. If you look, you'll see. Of course you do. If you look from the side perspective, you're gonna see a bunch of just 2D images laid out at varying depths. So you're gonna have that cool parallax effect. And we have a variety of other factors going on here. I've written some things called shaders. Every 3D program has shaders. They're basically little tiny programs ran. You can think about it on like every single pixel of an object that you see on screen that tells the computer how it should look like. And in this case, we have shaders that are informing how these 2D sprites are going to be lit, so that we can have, even though they're 2D, have some interesting 3D lighting effects be applied to them. So the simplest example I can show you is if I go to the player right now and grab this light that they have. If I move it around, you're going to see how the character is being lit from the side edges in a variety of different ways. I can even go back here, go to the jet light. So if I move this around, you're gonna see our little character. It's gonna have some different lights. Okay, it's not as apparent. Let's make it a little bit more extreme for right now. Oh, we have like a variable thing going on here. Oh, dang it. Why do I engineer you this way? Okay, here we go. Alright, take two. Oh! No, don't move. Okay, let's go to the character once more. Alright, let's do the demo for real now. Where is the character? There you are. So if you have the light, and you can see it, she's being lit in a variety of different ways. But this is just a 2D object. So we're able to achieve this kind of effects by writing our own shaders. It's pretty cool. I think it's pretty freaking rad. And adds that little extra pizzazz. hitting the AM hours here, keeping it cozy. Enjoy the stream. You have a go, man. Thanks for popping in. It's 12:41 for me currently, and sadly most documentation sites are not auto and dark mode for some reason. That's terrible. That's why I have that Chrome browser extension to like, or Firefox browser extension to enforce that, but things happen. Sometimes there's sites that slip through the cracks. Oh, what's going on here? Alright, we're gonna have to do some stuff here to get the lighting I desire. It's not quite happening. So we're just gonna find the correct position for this light source. We have to do a couple of things actually. And let me zoom in on the player so I can actually see their sprite as it changes. Here's scale. Here we go. Nice. So now we can go to our light source and figure out how to make this look good. Unity! Tear me apart, man. Don't focus. Leave it the way I had it. That's all I'm asking of you. So if I have you like this, there's a reason for it. Because I want to see the player while I modify the scene. Okay. So there we go. We have to get it to like, the light source has to be around here. What position is this? Okay, I'm gonna copy this. And I think we might just make the backgrounds, I don't know, there's some stuff though, because like there's the other layers that I want to be lit from the back. Oh, I think this actually still works. So if I set the scale back to 100, not quite seeing it. I think we need a little bit more. Okay, better. These dudes are still not. They're not showing their like I can't see the it's weird. Oh, because we're not lerping it. That's why. Here we go. Now this should work. Okay, now I can actually see the I can see the thing actually now. I can see the texture and the shadows. Yeah, but I'm not getting the room lighting that I desire from them. I don't know why sometimes the player just gets stuck nosediving. Also, this material, I think we're gonna change it. You're not gonna be emissive anymore. You're gonna be... He's 0.2. So there's like distinction. Yeah, thank you, Draco. No, I don't use AI off stream. Honestly, I don't really do development off stream that much anymore. Partly because of the AI stuff. It's nice having like video evidence of like the entire process of making this game online. Just because like it kind of sucks because like I didn't have this thought process before, but now it's like with the growth of it, it's a real thing. But there's like proof online, like everything I've done for the game is handmade. No AI usage or anything. It's partially so yeah. It's kind of why I stream the process. And in general, I just don't want to use it, especially not for personal stuff. Okay, what's going on? Why is this going down? It's like nose diving. That's weird. Also, the color seems very different on the monitor, so let me do some color tweaks while we're at it. So this is the Village CD. That's a Village CD. So yeah, the fog color, we're gonna make you a little bit darker, I think. See how that looks. Strain your eyes. No, I've been using it for a long time. It's fine. It's not really a big deal. Life finds a way, as they say. I don't know why this is periodically doing that though. Yeah. I'm gonna have to do something. I'm gonna have to have like certain objects receive lighting from certain light sources, like some kind of filtering or mask or something. Because I'm not quite happy with the results we're currently getting. And even with our extreme intensities, maybe I just have to up the intensity for it to achieve the things I want it to achieve. Let's see. Yeah, I made this mirror. You can see the entire process of making this game since the very beginning on day one. Okay. bit better. We're not getting the rim lighting though. It's not happening. But we're getting like crazy blowouts from the light source. I think I might just have to do a sunlight. Let's do that. We have a sun already here. I can disable this light source for right now. We have a sunlight. 0, no texture resolution. And then where is the rotation and orientation of this light? Where's the gizmos? Oh, you have to have a color, that's why. Okay. No cast shadows. I'm not seeing the vector direction. There's supposed to be a vector direction that shows up here. The gizmo's supposed to render that. Why is the gizmo's not rendering it? Very strange. I can't use global rotation as well. That is weird, because you're selected. I have you up here. OC vibes, thank. Let's go, Path. Yeah, Pokemon's great, dude. Emerald is like my first Pokemon game. Loved it. Never did finish it though. Should probably do that one day. And then we have Final Fantasy VI music. Figaro Castle. Love it. Such a good theme. Yeah, this CD is the like RPG village theme thing. I'm so confused though. Oh, it's because we have no alpha, do we? Yeah, alpha is 0. There we go, I think. Okay. Oh, whoops, it's not linear. Why are you not linear? That's annoying. There we go, now we can see the directions for the vector. So yeah, we have to change that. You need to be this direction. I'm not seeing this get represented though. So I'm not sure what's the deal here. Let me just die real quick so that level. Oh, we didn't save this, did we? Dang. You should be enabled. What's going on here? Why are you showing disabled? That's not... Oh, because you're in the wrong light source. Here we go. Paste. And you're going to be turned off. You're going to be situated at 0, 0, 0. There we go. I got an emulator on my older phone for Pokemon, but I played modded versions. Catch me with extra Pokemon in my Pokemon world. Gotta catch them all. Let's go, dude. I had a friend. I still have a friend. He's a good dude. Know him from a long time. But yeah, he sent me a modded version of Emerald, I think, where like you play as the Team Rocket. Like you play as like a member of Team Rocket, and your first mission. The first Pokemon you get is a Pokemon you get from stealing it from a girl. It's like, oh my goodness. It's terrible. What's going on here? Audio source. It's an audio source. Who cares? Oh, I also need to set the reference, don't I? There you go. You're still gonna do that. Yeah, I stopped playing after that. I was like, I don't like this. I don't like this kind of thing. Hey, we're getting the rim lighting that we wanted, though. That's pretty cool. Oh, you played that version? Oh, snap, dude. Cool. Any of the environments, so these are not receiving the correct lighting either. Looks odd for the player. I don't know, I'm not seeing the things I want to see from this. Also, we're having a bunch of null references. Where is the assertion going wrong? What? What's wrong with lasers? Why are we running out of lasers? That's weird. Alright. Okay, come on. I want to see more of that blue color coming through. I'm going to rotate this a little bit more. Try to make this a bit more extreme. Hey, what's going on, brah? I'm not sure if I missed your comment earlier, but hey, good to see you, man. Hopefully you're doing well, dude. Yeah, I'm still not seeing the
not seeing the lighting I want to see in this. That is perturbing me. Because they're seeing with other elements. So I'm not sure what's the deal. Also, we have this crazy bias, but we don't need it anymore. So what's the deal? Why is this not looking good? You can try increasing intensity, but that's just gonna, I don't think it's gonna produce the results I'm wanting. Yeah, like the sprites are just looking the same. Or the sprite is just looking the same. Stop. Character. Where's character at? You're bothering me, character. You're making me oh so angry. I just want light. It's up. Oh, you know what? Do I still have this commented out for the character sprite? No, I shouldn't. Is this the reason? Oh, we have to replay because it's we're not caching the shader properties. Oh, you're killing me, game. You're killing me, game. Okay. We need to have all this be cached. Oh, brother. Okay. We're just gonna do this so that we can recompile on runtime and have it be fine. Honestly, it's gonna be the same thing across all of them. Okay, so this should allow these properties to be cached.
and not require me to keep setting it. Well, just doing some studying, throwing you up on the side monitor. Let's go, dude. Hopefully your studying goes well, man. All I remember is me having to go back to earlier state and over level my Pokemon because the trainer always had that protagonist protection. Oh my goodness, not the protagonist, not the plot armor. That's hilarious that actually exists in the game, though. I could respect that. I could respect that. So now that we've done all this, can I now modify the shader and have it be fine? So for example, if I go to here, I set this to 1. Come on. That looks correct. That looks correct, actually. Okay, so it's a combination of things. And hey, there's like some extra depth to the background elements too. That's actually pretty good. Pretty rad. This actually works well now. So I think we just needed to have a sun. We have a hard requirement to have a sun in our scenes. We can't not have that. Good to know, dude. But hey, this is looking better now. This is looking closer to what I had in mind. Like you can see the mounds are having some of the rim lighting as well. Excellent. So one thing I do want to do, I want to have the shadows be a little bit darker. It's not that dark, honestly. Like it's very dark, but it should be darker for what it is. It's very strange how deep I have to go to make this. There's something weird going on with that. Something like this would be good. Maybe change the color a little bit. Have some purple tinting. I'm liking this so far, though. It's looking so much better. And now we just have to do the railings here. They're actually working now. Are they? Actually, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I just rendered it well. The CRT is kind of messing stuff up for me though, because it's like I make it darker so it looks better on stream for y'all, but it's actually giving me incorrect colors. So I end up making things look different. What about the fog? Let me make the clouds be... I want the clouds to be 100% emissive and not receive any lighting whatsoever. Come on. That looks better. I used to do that with the other clouds too. Emissive as well. And then the background. Not sure what we're gonna do with the background layer. But I think that's for sure needed. Hazard, we're gonna have to think about this guy. But I think I might as well start dealing with the hazard shader. Or actually the hazard shader, yeah, we have to make a specific hazard shader. I'm gonna take, make a duplicate of the current FNF standard shader. I'm gonna do a variant of it. So we can support our tile element thing. So it's gonna be very different since we have this whole tile map that we want to support. So we're gonna have to do some stuff here. Some specific defines. Form. And they're always going to be the same, so yeah, it's going to be a 4x4. How are we going to do this? Yeah, it's like, it's Kakariko. Kakariko Village. You got it, brah. That's a good one. It's from, I always mess it up. It's not Link to the Past, but Link to Link Between Worlds. Maybe it is just, it's Link to the Past. So our switch case statements are going to be a few. And this is going to be computed. So we're going to have a value. That's going to be set per instance. And then we just have a bunch of different defines. Do we have to use it as like a... I don't know how we're going to do it. Because it's kind of like the sprite shader we have before, where you have different index. Honestly, it may still be the same. We might just do that, actually. Like the shader doesn't have to. Yeah, like this is a sprite sheet. So we can just use our sprite animation thing, but instead of like letting the animator play through, we're just saying, hey, what index are we currently in based off of like the different properties. That's a CPU side thing. We don't have to do anything there actually. That makes things a bit easier. The only thing though that has to happen is that we have to, I would want to handle that within the CPUs or within the GPU, the actual offsetting, so, or within the shader. So I'm gonna yoink the digits shader, or the, I don't know what I called it. Sprite text is smart tiler. Texture shader. What are we doing here? Is it not digit? What shader are we using for this stuff? Like for example, the UI, HUD, coin counter. We have the digits, right? What are you using? Sprite sheet. Okay. Can we like separate this into yeah, can we separate this into a function that just does this and have a utility for it? Because that seems much more useful. Yeah, doing it this way. That sounds way more useful. Alright, 1 second guys. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick and I'm just gonna let this chill here for a little bit. So, let me find some Be Right Back music so you're not in just silence. One second. Cool. Alright, be right back guys. 1 sec.
Your boy's back. Hopefully you didn't miss me too much. Okay. Good to go. Actually, I want to get a snack too while we're at it. I don't really have snacks though. What a dilemma. What a dilemma. I could get a blueberry cheesecake, like little treat. Maybe I should just do that. Either that or apple. But I'm not sure you guys want to hear me chomping on an apple on stream. Not like that. Let's see here. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna... This is like a super straightforward, simple shader that I can just massage into a CG Ink file, and you know, have this nice reusability going on here. Glad to be back, Path of Joker. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Also, let me check something real quick. Cool. I got pretzels and water. Brother, I am jealous. I can go for some pretzels right now. I can tear apart some pretzels right now. Gameplay. So now we're gonna go into our dev kit, and then we're gonna make, because we have a sprite sheet utilities, and we have the what is it called? Unlit sprite sheet. Okay, we have like two options here. I can keep this like that and just make a separate one that's going to be lit, or I can move this into utility functions so that in the future, whenever I want to make a new shader that has like all this whole business, it's straightforward and simple. That's kind of the two options I have here. I think I'm going to do that. So it's going to be utils.cgenc. Cool. Rider can be kind of dumb sometimes. Doesn't detect a new file until I actually go into Unity and do this. Cool. And what I'm gonna do is start moving a bunch of stuff. So for example, I mean the vertex is just gonna remain exactly the way it is. So we're gonna have a place for all these uniforms. These specific uniforms. I'm gonna add like the preset for the Unity properties. Since you can't just chuck these there, sadly. I wish I could just do that, but sadly, Unity does not allow it. For these other properties, one must add a
if they wish to have these cached. Next thing we need to do, so I'm going to replace and these become redundant. Nice. So what does this need? It's going to need a couple things, isn't it? It's going to need... Actually, it just needs a UV. So we can do float 2, UV, and that might be all that's required to achieve our dreams. That actually, is that it, really? Why progress? Wow. So now this simply becomes that simple. Nice. This is actually super good, dude. We're actually killing it. I mean, I'm assuming this still works correctly, but I'm assuming it does. Which means that I can finally... We're gonna do like a combination of stuff here. I almost... Honestly, dude, I don't even want to make a new shader. But we're gonna have to, I think. Or no, we could just make one major one and just add features to it. So we can go to like hazard. And sprite sheet properties, render queue, whatever, world elements. Okay, we're gonna do something here. Let's go to hazard. And we have this creation thing. I want to add a new static function to this. So we're going to be assigned an entity. Cool, that gets assigned, and then we're gonna do some math. Where's model? And it's like it's contiguous to this instance, so. Let's see here, man. Let's see here. So you want to have a couple things. I can't make this. We have instance, but we have to actually have this be publicly accessible. Okay, and then we're gonna do, what are we gonna do? We're gonna do, you're taking world space. Oh, this 2 index. And let's not even specify that. Change, rename this overload core to index. Is that gonna break every other usage of that? Maybe. Oh my goodness. Okay. That's fine. Changes to be up. Down. Okay, cool. And next we can get do the same thing. Okay, so we have this set of different entities that are adjacent to us, and then now we can do like a conditional check. So, ultimately, we're trying to do like a Boolean, get a Boolean to see if we're doing is going to be eleft dot type equals hazards. So if it's hazard, that means it's not free. So if it's not equal to hazard, if it's not equal to hazard, that means that space is free. And that's going to be the same story for every other one. And then we can do something special here. So for every single quadrant in that sprite here, we can, we're going to be assigning a number to it. We're going to add some like specific names for each one of these. And then once we do that, we can pass that number to the shader, and we know how to render that element. So what we're going to do is we can do like an enum, I guess. That might be a simple thing, and then ascribe numbers that way, and then we'll be good to go. E. So we're gonna have fill, that's gonna be like the center one. Maybe we can go based off of the order we have here by row. So top left. I'm not sure how redundant this is going to be, because I think we can just, doesn't have to specify corner, it's just where the edge is. Top left, top right, and then it's going to be just left, fill, right, we're missing one too. Left cap, that's what we're calling that's what we're calling this left cap, I guess mid cap or horizontal. Just call it horizontal, and then this would be right cap. So left, fill, right. And then finally, we're gonna have bottom left, bottom right, and then right cap. And that's all the different possibilities that can exist. So we're gonna have to do like this mega conditional switch, and we can kind of do it different ways. Is there a way to mathematically do this? I don't know, because I really don't feel like doing a whole crazy switch statement for this. Of like, because it's not going to be very convenient. In fact, this is going to be its own function. The goal is going to be to return really just the enum. But yeah, the goal is to return something, so you might not be able to, like, we can do all the scenarios where, for example, we're doing top, right? So if up free, and then we can have the switch case statements kind of break down from there. So if up is free and gosh, dude. So if up is free and left is free, then turn top left. I think that might be just the simplest way to go about doing this. Top right. Otherwise, what other scenario can that be? No, we can't just do this. There's more cases. There's no way you can do like Carnot maps, I think, to kind of get a very to get a very precise Boolean expression for this. Oh, I forgot how you do that though. Okay, let me see if I can remember it. And let's see if there's anything that's very helpful about, if it's even going to be relevant, but I'm just curious at this point. We're going to go to xcalidraw, I think. Actually, I don't want to do that there. It sucks. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. At least on here, it sucks. We're going to do this in like a... here. And we're going to see if this works good. So we have... what do we have at play here? We have like... oh my goodness, I don't have my tablet set up, do I? $13, I think. Did you get it first try? Yeah, we did. Let's go. Okay, so with a kernel map, or K-map, whoopsie, you specify the different variables you have. So you have top, bottom, left, right, and then we're building a truth table, right? And then the result, or the value that's going to be the result of it. So if oh, this is not a single Boolean though. This is like a multi-Boolean thing. I don't know how to do that. I know how to do this, I don't know. Because the value range, it's like what, at most 16, I think. So how many bits do we need to express that? 1, that's gonna be 3, and then next one's gonna be 4 plus 3 is, well, 4 bits. That produces a max value of 4, so 16, I think. I'm being dumb. Not 16. It's gonna produce a max value of dude, am I being dumb? 1, 2, 4, 8. 8 plus 4 is 12. 12 plus 2 is 14. 14 plus 1 is 15. 15. And I think we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12. So 15. So 4 bits would be what we need to express this. So it'd actually have to be like a... okay, I don't know how to do Carnot maps or K maps of like this amount. So I don't know how to reduce it properly. Alright. Just kidding. We're just gonna do this. Is there something to it though? I kind of want to try this out, but no, we're not going to do that. We're just gonna grunt through it. It'll be fine. So top left is gonna be if up free, if down is free, I have to like keep cross-referencing this because I feel like I'm gonna neglect something by accident. Don't need this. There's a few scenarios, okay. Gosh, man, I just want to, instead of trying to make this super elegant, I think we're just going to have to do, I'm just going to do the most specific things. So if up free, down is not free. I don't know, we can at least like simplify it by using this. So if up free, down free, and left is free, and right is not free, then return right cap or left cap. Honestly, we can do the conditions here. I don't know, it's gonna, there's no escaping it. You're gonna have like these crazy gnarly scenarios crop up. And I might end up accidentally making redundant ones too. I can't help but feel like I might be just better off just doing this. For me, it's like simpler and easier to manage this scenario than all we're doing here. You feel? Yeah, I think we're just gonna bite the bullet and just do the crazy. To top left. So that's how you get that. And top left is going to be the same thing, except instead of left being free, right's going to be free. And then this is going to be the scenario where neither side is free. So that's the top row. the mid row. So we're going to do the conditions for left, fill, and right. We're going to do if everything except for left is free, or only left is free, and then only right is no, everything is not free here, and then only right is free. Or is this done? Top right. What are you suggesting? Why? No, I'm keeping it. I get why it's doing it, but I just want to have something very easy for me to see the conditions that are triggering stuff. So that's that, and then horizontal. Horizontal is going to only be present if up, down, but not left or right. Cool. And then we begin the last row, which is going to be bottom left. Bottom, down, yeah, down is free as well. Cool, and then finally the right cap. Right cap is going to be if up is free, left is free, but right is not. Is free. Okay, cool. Is it easy for you to make a game like SNES Terranigma and Yice Origin style? I mean, no game is easy to make. Even this super casual game has been taking a fat minute to just make, way more than I expected. But I guess if you want to do something right, it takes time, right? But let me check these games out. Weiss, or actually, let's look for some Terra. I've heard of Weiss. Terranigma. Ooh, this is cool. It's like a top-down RPG. I'd like to make it one of the next game I do. I want to do something like this. I'm thinking, but yeah, definitely not easy. There's a lot to consider. Way more than most people would think. Yeah, sprite ordering is a whole thing you have to consider. I mean, you said SNES style games, right? Not actually SNES games. Like it'll be easy. Like if you're using engine stuff, you can do some. You can use something like RPG Maker, and you can have something that very similar and comparable to it. SNES style, but not on the actual SNES console, yeah, it'd be easier to make. There's a lot more tools for this style of game. Yeah, there's a bunch of modern games made in RPG Maker. Or you use Game Maker as well and achieve something similar as well. Gosh, I'm very redundant. I keep saying the same things over and over again. Yeah, the considerations would be less technical. More so style, or not style, story, mechanics and balancing and all that stuff. That's also a lot to consider. Material. But yeah, modern day, like on a modern machines, using tools. Yeah, it's not bad at all. It's not crazy to make those types of games. For me, it's gonna be a whole thing because I want to make it in my own engine. But that's like a self-imposed thing I'm doing. Most regular people are not gonna do that. There's plenty of tools that achieve what you'd want to do, or what you'd want to have from that. And of course, art as well. Like if you don't have pixel art skills, and that's something you're gonna have to practice and get good at. Making tile maps for environments is super difficult. There's a lot to it. You also said Weiss. Let me search that game up. Weiss Origin. I saw like someone playing this, or one of the later games in AGDQ. Regina. That's what you typed. This is very different. This is 3D. Yeah, that's way more assets you have to deal with. That's a more complex asset making pipeline. Outside of, and then you're gonna be doing shaders and stuff too. For like the SNES style stuff, you're not gonna be doing much shader things or shader effects. But for that, you're gonna have to like actually know some stuff about that. But I mean, it's not that crazy. You're not doing crazy shader things there. And again, if you're using the off-the-shelf engines, that might be just good enough to achieve most of what you want to have there. Though you're gonna have to know stuff for making particle effects. The 3D games are gonna be bigger on particle effects. So we get our type. Mesh render material. Why are you being weird? Create That's the object. Do we not attach the component onto here? Is that something we just don't do? That's weird. I guess the object pooler does that later on. So we can't just do this. We're gonna have to... Every time we do assign, we have to do a get component. I don't want to do that. I feel like we should be able to cache it. We'll do this. We'll do a null coalescing operator. And this will be good enough. And then from here, once you have the material, we can do set int sprite sheet utilities set cell x count material 4. Oh, we can always use the override too. That's, oh my goodness, what a smart ducky. We can do this. Okay. Set. Oh. I should probably have a way of distinguishing this, but set frame count to be 16. And then set current index to type casted into an int. And that should be correct. And then this assign function we have to call in the game board manager when we place entity, or actually entity creation. That's where we're gonna do it. So we're gonna do on create hazard. And then we should be able to just run, unless there's compile errors. What's the... What? FFF standard tile shader. Oh. I created a third variant without realizing I don't... We're gonna need it. I just need to modify something here. So there's no conflicting shader values. Let me catch up in chat. Did work on sprite with graphic scale. A mixing style of gaming in the game I know will be hard, like if I put in dungeon crawler like Arcana from SNES style but make action RPG and sometimes turn-based when it's Arcana style. That's a lot. I think you're gonna just have to start prototyping and see what goes on. I think that's just what you're gonna have to do. Prototype some action RPG mechanics in one project, prototype turn-based style in another one. Maybe try doing fusions later on. But yeah, I think in general that's just what we're gonna have to do. What's going on? Why is there assertion null happening? Index outer range. Left. Guess we're just gonna do clamp. We have this whole empty thing. Math, clamp, value, and then min max. Okay, cool. So this is value. Then min is gonna be 0. Max is gonna be game board manager dot board where is the index count? Height, board, cell height, meters, width, height, width. Total length meter? No. Do we not have a thing for this? Like, for model? Oh, we just do the math. I guess that's just what we do. Okay, I guess that's just what we do. Jesus died. Yes, you did, Poiv. Amen to that. That's what got this whole Jesus loves you bracelet on, right? Take your advice. Yes, I like prototype action, then one like Arcana, then fusion them after it clears to be sprite both. Yeah, prototyping is gonna be how you actually gain that understanding and see what works and what doesn't work. Cozy, what we doing today? What's going on, Blocks Dio? Yeah, so we fixed some shader stuff. So now we actually have proper rim lighting, and now I'm implementing we have this whole tile sheet, and I want to make it so that depending on how the walls are set up, they're gonna use a different sprite so that everything feels contiguous. So we made the sprite sheet last stream, and now we implemented the logic, I think, for sampling it. Oh, but we still have to do some stuff. Okay, never mind. There's still something we have to do. So we did all this, but we still haven't made the shader to actually set these properties in it. So we're gonna do that real quick. Yeah, we're making a game. Making a game. And FNF standard tile shader. We have all this stuff going on here. Right, and this is why we have to do. Yeah, this is why we have to do a bunch of stuff. Okay, I understand. Oh, this might be more complex than I realized. We're gonna see. But the thing we're gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of a couple things. This is gonna be removed because we're gonna be including the sprite sheet. No, not sprites. We're gonna be including our where is it? We have okay, we have to actually navigate the file system, I guess. There we go. So some things are going to change here. We're not doing phase shifts, so that's not a thing we're doing anyways. This is going to be where things get a bit weird. Do we even define that here? Yeah, we have pixel, oh, I guess we don't? Oh, that's ooh, that's a whole thing. Well, we have the benefit that we are hard coding this for a particular texture. And we're not going to change the size of the texture at all, so we're going to just... I'll make it a define later. And then we're not going to do this. Instead, we're going to do get sample sprite sheet, and we're going to do i.ev, and that'll be good enough for what we're trying to achieve. We're not using this palette business, so this doesn't matter. And we're just going to do our simple fragment lighting, and then return. Let's see if this actually... Oh, we have to actually apply it to this, the material as well, so let's do that first before we start the game. Gotta go. It's all good, man. Good to see you, though. I initially thought it was Vim. It was Vimy. Oh, it's not Vim. It's Rider with Vim motions. But then I have other tabs like this one that's actually just running Vim. I sometimes like using Vim to do some of this stuff just because sometimes you need a break from the IDE. The IDE be doing too much work for you. So it's good to just return to Monkey. Do some Vim. No IntelliSense. Right, I had to go to here because I'm trying to change the shader here. So we're gonna change this first of all to use our oh, something's not happy. Okay, cool. Now we're going to use our this sprite sheet instead now. Cell count, this can be set on runtime. Cool. I think there's some stuff we need to also do, but I can't remember what it was. But I'm gonna hope this is enough. We're gonna run and see. Thank you, that one guy. Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. We're just gonna. This is supposed to be a place away from all that stuff. Chill, relaxing space. Oh, it kind of worked, but also it's wrong. But the idea is it's kind of there. But it's wrong. But we're getting there. Yeah, there's just something off here. Let me check and see the. This is supposed to be stretched as well. There's something weird going on. Oh, maybe because they're. I don't know. I was gonna say maybe they're sharing the same material instance instead of being a unique one, and that could cause some of that issues to happen. But I'm not sure. Where is the player? Character. Yeah, the whole point of this channel though is just to have for this to be something that's separate from all the noise and slop of the world, right? That's the intention. That's the goal. Yeah, this is being weird. It's like repeating. Okay. So were the material properties set? No, they're not being set. So we do 128, 128. Is that gonna change anything? Doesn't seem like it. It's a large segment. That's very odd. This should normally be stretched out. So I'm not sure what's happening there. It seems very weird. Okay. This is using the board segment. So this is correct, but now it's gonna be stretched. So that's a whole thing we have to deal with. Yeah. I might have to change our sprite sheet. That's a problem. That's gonna be a problem. Was there any exceptions happening? No exceptions were happening. I don't know why that instance wasn't set. Where's the material? Use board size. Yeah, no, we have to set this to false. Okay, we have to do something here. We're gonna have to do something here, man. We're gonna have to do something to make this work properly. Let me catch up in chat though. Yes, that was a game you did delete code when it was 45-degree angles view, right? Like a cylinder. Yeah, I changed. That's the same game. We did that huge refactor that one day, Erdna. Yeah, I'm glad you saw that. That's actually cool. Speaking of brain rot, I gotta go catch up on my stories. I'll catch you later, man. You have a good one, dude. Path of Joker. Hey, what's going on, Miss Kohana? How you been, my friend? We're doing good. How about you? How you doing? This evening or morning. I know people are living in different parts of the world, right? So for some people here, it might be, for me, it's evening. Other people, they might be starting their day or getting some lunch or something. Yeah, down now. Let me check something though. Index. So these are floats. Ooh. Interesting. Cell count, Y count. Am I doing it that way over here? I mean, it probably should be. Yeah, current index, yeah. Interesting that that's a thing. There's some other stuff I'm gonna have to set then. Weird. Just ate a sandwich and getting ready for bed. That sounds good. I can go for a sandwich. 3 a.m. here. Okay, we're late, boys. 1 a.m. for me. Okay, we're all late. This is a late day we're having, y'all. But hey, that's fun. It's Friday. No, it's a Saturday now officially. Either way, it's a weekend. We can afford to do this. It's not like that stream we had a while back where I had to end it because I had to get up for work early in the morning and it was going to be such a bad time. Thankfully, it's not that. So, good news is that our little system here is working nice. Bad news is that it's going to be stretched like crazy because of the cell constants we set. The engineer brain in me wants to try to figure out a way without modifying the texture. The pragmatist, though, in me is saying, hey, dude, just repeat the textures. Just modify the textures to make it look good and just be done with it. But part of me wants to be like, hey, but what if I decide to change my mind about stuff? What if I change my mind about how long each cell is going to be? Do I really want to go through each? And it's going to also increase the size of the files. I don't want to do that. So how do we handle this scenario? How do we handle these scenarios we're facing? We could have branching behavior on the shader. Or we can do something gnarly on the CPU, like a control map thing. I don't know. Looks good so far. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, this has been a long road. It's supposed to be done in 3 weeks, and we're day 40-something. So, yeah. This is a thing. This is a task. But I also wanted to make something that I could feel proud about. So I could have gotten something done in 3 weeks, but I don't think I would have been very happy with it whatsoever. Why so little time? Because I was working on another project, and I just wanted to do something small to get something done for, I want to have a game that's done and out already. So the game I was working on before was very big in scope. This one's a much smaller scoped game. And I'm discovering small scope games are like... I mean, it depends, right? It could be easy. I think the issue for me, though, is I got sidetracked with doing cool, interesting technical things. And I only realized much later into it that no, that's not fun. So if you go through the earlier days, you'll find like the game was like this rotational thing, this thing around a cylinder and all this stuff, and it was kind of cool. But when I play tested it with people, it was disorienting and just not fun. So I ripped out a bunch of stuff and rechanged a lot of the game, and not a lot of it, but a significant part of the presentation. And I don't know, there's also things that I just made more complicated than it had to be, just so I can have things look the way I want it to look instead of just using off-the-shelf tools that wouldn't achieve the visuals I wanted. What can I say? I'm picky. My projects take at least 2 years minimum unless it's not a super huge one. Oh, sheesh. Yeah, that's what happens to me. Most of my projects take around that time. And even then, I don't finish it. We get big into it, but what I'm hoping is that right now we're in the middle of a recursive call where I've started a game like I started a game like Dot Dungeon Actually, the first one for this new founded company is a Crimson Crown. And then from Crimson Crown, I decided to make a smaller project called Messy Mansion, and that turned out to be something much bigger. And then now I started this project that was meant to be super small, even smaller scope than that one. And what I'm realizing is, like, if you want to just get something done, you can do it. But if you want to make something fun, or at least of good quality, it turns out like it's not as simple as just making a blueprint and then executing it. But rather, it's like this iterative process with different people, and then the game morphs into what is needed or what is desired if you're listening. Which means that sometimes the thing you implemented because you thought was a good idea turns out it's actually a bad idea, and you have to just scrap it and rewrite it. Or sometimes something you threw in without thinking about it turns out to be something that's really cool, and that deserves more development than you initially gave it. It's a very interesting process. I think I should have gotten to playtesting way sooner to validate a lot of this stuff, but I think a part of me really wants to just give something that's actually quality to people, but I'm realizing more and more that I should just do the Valve school of thought and just like playtest like crazy whenever I can. What's up, Loki? I'm trying to do something for a PS1 game jam. It's only 5 days, so really trying to make something. Oh snap, that sounds like fun, dude. That sounds like fun, dude. Whatever you get done, feel free to make sure to post it, man. I'd love to see what you work, see what you make. One second, let me get a robe or something. I feel cold. I remember the joy you did have when you deleted those code and deliberations you did. It was fun. Oh yeah, I loved deleting it, because the thing I did was cool from an engineering perspective, but also added so much complexity to this project and made things so much more harder. And I think there's a few bugs that got fixed just by virtue of converting this pseudo position, pseudo angular coordinate space into just straight up just position. And it made life so much easier for me. And honestly, like, there's so many days that we lost just from debugging weird stuff with angle and that whole thing. So gosh, man, that was a thing. Let me get a jacket or something. 1 second. I feel chilly. I should really have like some pajama pants, but that's alright. Yeah, I also like to see you have that weight lifted. It was hard working around the cylinder, which was still a cool idea, but ripped the can. Yeah, I mean, I would like to revisit it again, but I'd have to make... The problem is I already had a vision for what the game was supposed to be, and I just threw the cylinder thing on top of it, and I wasn't willing to compromise the original vision to make the cylinder work. If we're to make that idea work, I cannot have that preconceived vision. Like the preconceived placement of the character and the type of game we're doing. No, we're going to design the game around the mechanic there. That is what's required to make that happen. So I still have that in a separate branch. So we can always revisit that. But fundamentally different game. It would have to be a fundamentally different game. It was innovating and rare, but yes, it might be so hard. It's rare, I think. Yeah, it's cool. It was a cool idea. It's just this is not the game for that idea. This is not the game to execute that idea on. Speaking of which, so how are we going to deal with this stretching issue that we're seeing here? We have a few options I listed before. I'm trying to think if there's some magic way to do it the right way, where we don't increase file size arbitrarily, and it affords me the flexibility to change cell size however I want to. So we can like fine tune it to what people's sensibilities. The things that come to mind is that we'd have to have multiple instances, but kind of like how we do with coins, respawn one and then we spawn additional ones to the side. We're gonna have to do that, I think. That comes with a trade-off of more game objects, which sucks. I don't want to do that. I don't think it's a big performance consideration, but it's just, that just bothers me to have to do that when we can just have one beautiful long quad to render it. Honestly, I almost feel like there's a really cool way to go about this that's really more technically involved. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. That's gonna be way too. That's gonna be a crazy big thing for like, I don't know, it's not a big deal. I think we might just do the multiple instances thing. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, it's not gonna be... Oh, no, it's not gonna work because we have cells. Oh, I think we're just gonna have to make the textures. I think the most straightforward way of handling this is to have the textures resized. Oh, that's gonna be crazy. I mean, it gives us... There's some pros of it, but it's just... That bothers me. Especially if we have variants, it's going to be so much more of a pain. So right now we have the width to 16. So we have to make it like each cell has to be 16 long now. For no matter what, 16 long. That's a pain. That is a pain. How much time would it take to make an action RPG like Terra Enigma? An action RPG? I don't know. I have to play Terra Enigma and see what they do. And like, there's also assumptions about like, am I just a programmer, or am I making the art and music and everything as well? Because that changes things significantly. I'd have to play it though, because like there's things that seem innocuous to most people that can cause years of development time to be added. And there's things that seem very difficult to people that are actually very simple to do. But it requires like a trained eye to actually play it and then think through it. Oh, brother. Am I really going to do this? 16 wide. That's like orders of magnitude larger file sizes for this. It's not the end of the world. It just bothers me. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Gosh, we're just gonna do it. I'm just gonna have to do it. Dang it. I'm gonna save a copy here, but we're gonna just modify the thing and it's gonna be fine. Oh my goodness. Times 16, I guess. Oh, brother. Like, having it visually represented that way is insane. It's really 8 actually, though. It's really 8 cells, if we're gonna be honest. So maybe I don't have to do this. I could just change canvas size. 128 times 8. So maybe it's not as big of a deal. It just bothers me that we're gonna have an extra size increase for no good reason. Like maybe I can. I don't know. I think we're gonna leave it the way we have it implemented. Oh, the elegance, though. Course pixel art that you're already good at. Well, it's not only that. It's not only about proficiency. Like, even if you're good at pixel art, to make the assets for a game like that takes a long time. Not including like concepting and iterating, because like you don't know exactly what you may want. You may have an idea, but you still have to make the actual concrete decisions that for the actual thing takes time to think about and decide and iterate and see what looks good, what doesn't look good, what matches the idea you have and what doesn't. And not only that, what also like works well for users in terms of just usability, for example. I can change what I can do. Another option I have at my disposal is instead make this be 2 again. Make this be times 8. And the model state, we're gonna have to no, model state. We would have to I have to modify the level generation algorithm. That's what I'm gonna have to do to make this behave the way I would want it to. So our path gen, we would be modifying the path generator because we're doing what? Every single width, height. So we iterate through path count and we do like the whole calculation, whatnot for that step. And then praise PY goes that, and then we could continue on our way, right? What we'd have to do instead is have some iterations where, like maybe multiples of 8, right? Step count. Yes, that's how we're gonna do it. That's how we're gonna save ourselves. We can avoid this terrible alternate timeline we were about to enter, and instead we're gonna have things be done in a very specific manner. So the board cell, this is gonna be back to 2. Instead, width is going to be increased to be like multiplied by 8, I believe. And then our level generation algorithm, we're going to have another parameter for I don't know, like skip length. and it's going to equal to 8 by default. Okay, we'll pass that in. But basically, we're gonna check to see if x is x mod skip length is equal to 0, and if it is, we're gonna just copy and paste the previous cell.
Let's see this last unique.
But yeah, we're gonna just copy and copy the last ones, previous slices. In fact, we don't even need to do this. We can just copy the previous slice. Wrap, model, final index. Or we iterate on Y. You're iterating through path count. Y less than height, Y plus plus. I mean, there's gotta be a mem copy utility, right? Unsafe utilities, maybe. Destination, source, size. Yeah, I think I'd want to do that. So we'd copy the last segment. And copy it to like the current one. Utilities. Vector 3 position. No, so X would be X times height, I believe. Oh, the minimum index right here. Yep. So we'd mem copy destination is going to be this one. So it'd be model min index. It requires a pointer. You use an unsafe context. It's okay. We'll make it unsafe. We'll do some unsafe C# today. What's your problem? In a safe context? Why not? Why can't it's gonna pollute everything, dude. Let me be unsafe, dude. Can I use unsafe construct in safe context? Why? Why is it a safe context? I'm a big boy. Do I need to allow unsafe code in this project? Is that the issue? Is there a setting I have to enable for this? I know what I'm doing. Good for now, but huge thanks for your precious advice. See you next time. Share your day. Not every day, but I'm getting back to doing something kind of regular like that. And thank you for the kind words, man, and good luck in your game dev endeavors. It's a fun pursuit, man. Package managers. How do I allow this project to do unsafe stuff? Is it in player? Do I have to go to player and do that stuff here? Let's see, scripting. Using Control GC. Release over HTTPS, mute other audio sources, target architectures. Yep, we support those. x86, Chrome OS. What? Where's the option for unsafe code? I know you could do that in assembly definitions, but here we go. Allow unsafe code. Yes, sir. I'm a big boy. I know what I'm about. We can handle some unsafe code. Perfect. So now I can do unsafe things. Cool. Our destination's here. Last index. And then size, right? And size is simple. It's going to be just height. Is this size in bits or bytes, or is it just elements? I think it's bytes. What's going on here? Void type? Void pointer? Do I have to cast it to a void pointer? How do you do this? Oh, we have to also pin it in memory, don't we? I always forget how to do this in C#. What's the deal here? Void is not assembled with a void planer. Did I do this? No. Alright, time to look at documentation real quick. Okay, how do we do this? Oh, okay. Oh, that's just, they're doing a stack allocation. Okay, never mind. Decimation buffer, source buffer, size. Yeah, it's in bytes, yep. So I was right there. So what's the deal here? Okay, why is this error? Why is this giving me an error? I guess it's because they're copying entire arrays, but we're copying specific sections, subsections of arrays. So is that fine? This is so weird. Cause I'm trying to pin the entire array, right? So it doesn't move across. Let's see, comrade. No one asked, but I got my first developer internship finally, and it's starting May 4th, and I'm feeling like the biggest imposter. Did you ever feel that way when you started? And what did you do? Okay, so comrade, first of all, congratulations, man. I am happy to hear it, dude. I am happy to hear that, dude. Second of all, so I 100% felt that when I got my job. Now, here's the thing, dude. Because there's... this is not even an original thought, right? But it's accurate. I think Jonathan Blow talked about this before. But when I got hired, I felt very much like an imposter. And in retrospect, and even during then, that was because I was. In all honesty, I was not very qualified for the job. And I recognized that. So what I was very keen on doing was just, now that I was I somehow got the job, I was very keen on trying to dive deep, being willing to ask questions to people, and just be like, hey, just explain it to me, right? Or just walk me down it, right? Don't be scared of like diving into a challenge that you seem ill fit to handle. That's how you learn. You're gonna be assigned tasks that are very much outside of your wheelhouse, and that's just how you're gonna learn. And then on my spare time, I spent so much, most of it, those first few years, just studying, learning different things that they're doing, reading books, read a bunch of stuff like the principles of reusable object-oriented code, clean architecture, that stuff. consumed a bunch of content, worked on a lot of personal projects. That's the most important thing. Studied a bunch of linear algebra because that was like very pertinent to what I was doing at the time, and just trying to get better. So it's okay if you feel like an imposter. There might be a scenario that you're actually just incredibly confident already, and this is just a false thing. In my case, though, I don't think that was the case. I was very unknowledgeable and did not have much of the required experience, or not experience, required knowledge. So I had to focus and work really hard to catch up to where I believe I needed to be. Can't you just use buffer.block copy? I don't even know if that was the thing. Oh, it's an unsafe utilities, isn't it? Where is it at? I don't know. I'm just working like I'm in C. I don't know. I'm not seeing it. That sounds like what I'd want to do, though, but either way, we have these fixed. This is going to be destination. This is going to be source. And then this is going to be size of entity, and that should be correct. Hopefully we don't crash the application with this. And then we're just going to continue afterwards. I'm pretty sure that this is how it's going to work. And if it's not equal to 0, we're going to just do this. And then we broke all the functions that use that, so we're going to have to update the APIs to match. And I think we're going to make a new constant. Eight cells. That's what we're targeting. And then within hazard in general, things get a little bit more simplified because we don't have to scale it by that amount anymore. Instead, it's just going to be simply, or it's going to be split width and height, but they're going to be the correct size now. Cool. Either this works good or it doesn't. But yeah, comrade, I'm glad to hear that you got your internship. I think experience is like the biggest opener of doors. That and contacts. For 4 years, and especially the last year, I feel Syntax recall has suffered because of GitHub Copilot, so maybe part real imposter. It happens, man. Yeah, also something I generally say is do not, especially for younger people, not younger people, but like people who are still building your basic fundamental schemas of programming, don't use Copilot or AI stuff. It's gonna hinder your actual development and growth. I think there is actual value in searching up information and typing in and actually like structuring stuff. And there's a lot of like wisdom you get by just implementing things. Even if it's wrong, you're gonna learn from it. And it's gonna give you more insight into future decisions, and then yeah, it's a whole thing. That's my personal at least take. Come on. What is going on? Well, we added the unsafe stuff and it's crashing. I wonder if it's related. Maybe it wouldn't have been the end of the world to just like modify the thing. It's weird, but doing unsafe stuff in C# is even more annoying because it's like you have to deal with the garbage collector, contend with it, which just sucks. It's terrible. I mean, it's not terrible. It's more things to consider. Like now, when you do unsafe stuff, you have to like pin objects in memory so they don't get moved around by the garbage collector if it just so happens to run that frame. Okay, let's see if this works. It's gonna freeze. Yeah, something's going wrong. Or like the size of the model is just humongous now. I taught myself PHP for my capstone, and C# is a commonplace, but I legit failed a technical round of interview because I couldn't define operators in a class versus interface. Yeah, certain operators, I think it was equal versus the equals. It's like a JavaScript thing. That's weird. But yeah, class versus interface. I mean, honestly, like I kind of messed that one up too when I interviewed for my current job. But yeah, I mean, important stuff. I mean, that's kind of what honestly, I didn't even know what an interface was used for properly until like well into a little bit into the job, or well into my job, honestly. Like it took actually having, because like I know technically like what defines it, but I didn't understand why people wanted to use it or whatever until an actual scenario presented itself. Okay. Unity's taking a while. So something's going on. So let's see. Let's see if it's the unsafe context and I'm just doing things wrong. Assuming that's probably what's going on, honestly. Where is it though? Locked model, because this is happening on a separate thread. Maybe I just have to do this. And then you can do destination is and then source. So we only pin the buffer or the full array, but then we can actually get the pointers this way. And that would be correct. But before I do that, because I don't want to have to wait, let's just verify that this is 100% the case. Actually, you know what? YOLO. We're just gonna compile and run it and then see if this is correct. If not, it's okay. My mic is muted. 6. Yeah, we're still up going, Syndicate. Glad to have you here, though. I'm not sure about the mic, though. I don't think there's any mics here. Hey, Lily Guitar. Love some late night cozy vibes. Hey, it's good to have you here again. Yep. Late night, chill, debugging unsafe stuff. Yep, it did it again. And I'm pretty sure it's either the unsafe or the fact that we made the model much bigger that it's taken a while to generate on this background thread. It might be that the background thread is crashing and then this is locked. Main thread gets locked waiting for that to return and it's never going to return. Yep, that's probably what's happening. I never used the interface to my knowledge until I learned MTI logging was exactly that, but I had no idea that it was my I logging. What? Been doing massive projects for the end of the semester. Happy to be mostly done with it and watching the stream again. Hey, glad to hear it. Yeah, and this is kind of the season of big things finishing, right? Or concluding. I mean, work I have. Oh, dude, I just fell backwards. Jeez. I was reclining too far back in my chair, man. But yeah, I have a big release for work that's been in the process for a fat minute. Only now is it finally getting done. So that's cool, and then hopefully this project gets done too. Sometime soon. Oh, hey, brother. Man, I can't believe I just fell backwards. I don't even know how that happened. I mean, I know I'm sitting on the chair weird, but still. I didn't think it would be that. iLogging is throwing exception errors across several pages rather than logging a specified class. iLogging is throwing exception errors across several pages rather than calling a specified class. Oh, it's like an interface you implement. Several pages. Is for a web thing? I don't know. Or is that a C# thing? Oh, iLogger. That's a thing. Report generator. PAL Media. Oh, I guess that's an interface they introduce. iLogger Factory. Oh, that's gross. They do that whole thing. Ugh. Anyways. Okay, we're just gonna do this because clearly I'm doing something wrong here. Clearly, this is deranged and evil and incorrect. How dare I do this? What is wrong with me? Yeah. Deranged, clearly. So we're going to do it the terrible way that I don't want to do it, but I'm going to have to do it. Which is going to be int equals 0, I less than height, y plus plus. And then we're going to just set current index. I'll be feeling all right after the fall. Yeah, I'm not gonna. It's weird. It's I still feel it a little bit, but it's all right. C# Razor pages. Interface for login. Yeah, okay, you got the idea. That makes sense. Each page implements its own logging thing. I mean, it's more straightforward. There's a whole there's like that whole example of monads for functional programming, and one of the big things they use that for is like logging. But nah, it seems, I don't know, for me it just seems so much more obtuse, but I don't know, maybe I'm just not big brain enough. So what are we doing? We're setting model y plus, or actually min index plus y equals model last index plus y, and that should achieve the same end. And hopefully it shouldn't crash the thread, and hopefully main doesn't wait forever until it concludes. Oh, that's bad. Something bad's going on. Doing this seems scary. What's scary about it? What's scary about doing this? Something bad happens, it just crashes. That's not the end of the world. It's perfectly fine. I got it. Come on. You do it. Or do I have to do btop and kill that process directly? I wish btop, they don't have that same kind of support I want for like Vim motiony things, but oh well. Yeah, Unity. Still going? Okay. Kill. Yes. Beautiful. Run it again. See? Yeah, it's alright. So why are we having these exceptions? Is it a out of bounds thing? I feel like this is actually correct, but if this is failing, then that means there's probably something wrong going on. X skip length. X mod skip length not equal to 0. Then that means this is not going to be the first element. It means something else must have something else must have happened before. So okay, so this should never be the first index. X should always be greater than or equal to 1. Yeah, that, but I think by extension of how this is being incremented, this is not going to pass, because then 0 mod skip length is going to be 0, and 0 is equal to 0, not equal. So this is going to be false, and it's going to skip this. So last index. So x minus 1 should be fine. Here we're iterating through the y range of height. Doing plus plus. This is the max index. Which is fine. And then we're just doing min index plus y equals last index, which is going to be this minus 1, plus y. And that's fine. I think the only time it would fail is if we go overflow. So if let's do height times width. So if we can do this, so if any of these are going to be greater than that, destination is going to be main index plus 1, and then source is going to be last index plus, sorry, this is y. So if dest is greater than or equal to limit, or source is greater than or equal to limit, destination is always going to be greater, a bigger value than whatever. We're going to be ultra safe today. So if any of these are exceeding the limit, then we're just going to continue. And that should be fine. Game development is the final boss of programming wise. Make it seem so relaxing. Honestly, it's kind of like, it's weird. Kinda is, it kinda isn't. I think game dev can be like the most difficult field of programming if you're doing, depending on the application, depending on the type of game you're making, right? Like if it's something that's, like if you write your own engine and it's 3D and photoreal and it's doing like physically based lighting or something like that, and you have online networking on top of that, and then it can be very, very demanding. And if you have like targeting very bottlenecked and weak devices, then yeah, game dev can go crazy. But there's like some commercial application dev stuff that's like just kind of intensely complex just because of how much stateful information you have to keep track of. But yeah, game deving can be super, it can range the gamut depending on what you're doing. Where is this? Buffer utilities, we're not doing buffer utilities, we're doing game board manager. Where's the path gen? So here's the game. We recompiled. In fact, let's make sure we recompiled as well. And let's just see if this works good. Make it seem so relaxing. I'm glad. Yeah, I don't want this to be a stressful thing. We're just chilling and working through it. Oh, it's happening again. What's going on? I'm gonna let it wait a little bit to see if there's something there, but no mods? Yeah, no mods syndicate. No mods right now. I might increase the brown noise a little bit. Yeah, that's alright though, we're chilling. Okay, I gave it quite a bit of time. Something's gone awry. Hello, Unity. Goodbye, Unity. Something weird is going on, man. I don't know what it is. We got rid of the unsafe stuff. So I'm not sure what's the deal. Like, I wonder if maybe our buffer size increase might be like, but even then, it's like a reason. That's not that bad. That's not that big of a deal. Path count, last UI. That's for the path gen. Before we even get there, though, we do the skip length. Check. We're guarding against all that weird stuff that might happen. So there's nothing I don't think there's anything we've done here that's gonna be bad. I commented out all the scary, unsafe things. And yet, you're still mad at me. So, I'm just gonna assume this is the culprit. That we made this too big, quote unquote. Shouldn't be, that's still perfectly fine. But whatever. We're gonna recompile, try it again, see if it works. Clean an above board. Yeah, there's some stuff that happened at the top of the stream, but it's alright. I pulled that in pure spite to just make sure my Flutter Dart apps compile, so the relaxation is a fresh change. Maybe I should chill out. Love the streams, man. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like, hey, and it generated, and it was that. It was that. Hey, look at that. That's something. Okay. Well, it's not copying everything over, though. So that's not good. Like, things are positioned correctly, but they're not the entities are not being placed correctly. It's very strange. Oh, because we have the placement stuff. The entity creation thing. Place. No, this should scale correctly. What are you talking about? Are you high? What's happening? This is actually not right. Place object on board. Get position on grid X and Y. We set the position. Set the rotation. It's gonna be times board cell width meters, height meters, and they're both 2. So it shouldn't have that crazy distance between them. You have skip length, but skip length's gonna copy everything. So, like, that's all it should be doing. Unless, like, we're accidentally just not generating. No, but then everything's gone. I don't know, it's weird. I kinda wanna bring back the unsafe thing though, because I feel I feel like I am so right about this, and it should just work. The All-Niners pulled and pierced by, yeah. 39 likes, 13 watching. Your metrics are always curious. Yeah, it's very weird. I think I've gotten put into the shadow realm of YouTube. That's fine though. I take whatever is given, as is. How are you tonight, Cozy? Are those graphics you made recently? Yeah, those are graphics I made recently for the game. We did like last stream. We had an art stream, so we did the whole mountain stuff. That was cool. We did the pixel art for that. We made this whole sprite set for the obstacles, and now we're trying to make them look correctly and not stretched. And there's some weird considerations that are going on here around that, but it is what it is. I'm wondering though. I have these guards in case like something goes wrong in like the I don't think they should be ingesting though. I think this should be fine. How are you jumping and up and down so fast? Is that a command or a macro? I'm using Vim, my friend. Comrade Casper. Vim is like the greatest way of manipulating code on your machine or any machine. So much control. Assertion. Okay, there's a failed assertion happening. Values are not equal. Oh, is this happening in the culling? Oh, maybe the values are getting culled accidentally. Game board manager. 379. Okay. Chord from index. Did I hard code value? Height. No, this is correct. Floor to int, game board manager. Okay. It was at line 379. Haunts me once again. It's the greatest thing ever. Just do the thing, man. Just do it. So we have asserting equal slot position and chord from index. So we're trying to produce a coordinate from an index. Oh, is this the wrong function? Did we update all of them? That doesn't seem right. Chord from index. No, that is correct. We're deriving the yeah, provided the index. Okay, yeah, that's fine actually. That's correct. And then slot position. how far off are they? 24, yeah, they're significantly off on the x-axis. So there's something odd going on there. Update, and this is an update model, existence scene. So there's some weird discrepancy between the index and the position that we placed. That's been assigned there. Oh, I know why. Because it's not enough. We can't just copy the slices. I understand. We have to update the X as well for them. Gotcha. So if we go to path gen again, and we go to where we're doing this business. So this wouldn't have worked anyways. Like, it would be a fast way of copying the data over, but then we still have to iterate and modify the indices there. Min index plus y. We already calculated these. Why am I not just using this? Destination. This is source. Destination dot position equals x. That's it. There we go. And that should fix that failing assertion. Good catch, me. Good thing I had that assertion in there for myself. That makes things so much better. May I give you the stupidest advice I have? Surprisingly, out of all the Chef Boyardee, the spaghetti and meatballs have the highest protein calorie ratio there. Is it really? That's kind of insane. Spaghetti and meatballs. Okay, this is still getting failed assertions. Let me see if I can... We didn't compile the scripts though. Let's see. I love... So, Chef Boyardee is fantastic, right? I love it. It's a little nostalgic for me too. But my family, we have this special thing. No, it's not special. It's nothing crazy actually. And it's gonna ruin that ratio syndicate. But it's like it's a poor meal, right? Where you want to feel full with like little money. You just make some white rice and cook it with some Chef Boyardee, and bam, you got something. Hey, look at the ground, guys. It's correct. Oh my goodness, that was horrifying. Yeah, we have to filter out things so they don't repeat. Yeah, that monster. Okay, we can fix that. See, this is why we do this. Okay, that should cover that case now. So this never even mattered because we can't just copy the data, you know, block by block. We actually have to process it. 15 grams of protein for the can. Everything else is around 1 gram of protein. That's crazy. That sounds so... Now you're making me hungry now, man. I need to get some food. Okay, cool. And now it's not like it's not a whole line of lasers. Okay. Beautiful. I'm kind of missing the coins though. We had a bunch of them. Now it's only like a few of them. You have to reintroduce those lines. Yeah, this is starting to look pretty though, man. This is starting to look good. Little by little. You still have to finish the background, but those mountains are doing some heavy lifting. They sure are. And the lighting is actually looking pretty good too. I want to make the shadows a little bit darker though. Yeah, I have to do something. We're gonna have to do something about this. But yeah, dude, the conditional tiles are actually looking really freaking good. I'm really happy with this, man. And the room lighting thing's actually, it looks very nice too. The corners are gonna bother me. I might have to do something about that. But hey, man, this is something. This looks so much better than like those spiky boys. Those spiky boys should not be the environment. They should just be what they are, a random hazard that can appear. Gosh, man, it's starting to feel like a game, dude. And we have this power up we added, which is terrible. It's gonna demolish the environment. We have to make it adapt to, so like whenever the environment gets modified like this, we have to have it update as well. So that now it's gonna look corrected instead of looking like a. It's kind of cool though. How that works. Oh man. I used to be a chef. I ran my own catering business. Oh my goodness. All the cooks I knew ate canned foods like Chef Boyardee and at home, myself included. Dude, it goes hard, man. No shame in the game. I'm loving this, dude. This whole wrecking ball thing, the new sprites we have. It's all coming together, man. It's all coming together, dude. My Spooky Boys. They're gonna come back, but they're just gonna be what they are. They're gonna be a hazard that's in the way. It's not gonna be everywhere. I mean, ravioli, no matter how you get it, is amazing. I'd go all in on the ice cold can that fell down 3 flights of stairs. Also worked in the kitchens too, so there's truth to that. Oh my goodness, that's cool. That's good to know. I just pictured Gordon Ramsay at his home when he comes back away from the camera and from his family, just like getting just not even like using utensils, just with his hand, just scooping out Chef Boyardee into his mouth before anyone sees him. Some people smoke. Other people shovel spaghetti, paschetti into their mouth. There's that whole like ravioli in your pocket thing too, right? What's in your pocket, Oli? That meme from forever ago. And nothing's more viscerally uncomfortable than having ravioli in your pocket. Dude, all right. How's the lighting looking? I don't see the lighting as pronounced on the... I also want the shadows to be a little bit stronger. The shadows don't feel strong enough. But we're getting there. It's like we have it super dark already too. I don't know, the way we do compositing for this is like odd. I think I just have to revisit it because let me look at the code actually. The shader code. I think the way I did my light model is a little bit odd in some places. Yeah, sprite fragment. Like at some point when we do we calculate all the lights, and then we calculate the value for shadow, which is a lerp between the environment shadow and the albedo P. And we do like 10%, so it should be mostly the environment shadow with a little bit of the albedo factored into it. However, I don't know, it's looking a little bit weird. Like the color for the shadow is not factored in that much. I guess if luminance is high, that's a natural result. But we're in a situation where there's mostly shadow, so and we can go to the p-value, but it's like still relatively low anyways. I don't know, it just feels weird. It feels like the shadow colors are not being expressed properly. Oh, we didn't cache a lot of shader properties, did we? So those are just like messed up. I don't know, the shadows just don't seem that as strong as they should be. They should be far darker. Especially for like this value we're passing in here. But I think I might even do like instead of doing a lerp, I might even do a multiply instead. That seems to make more sense to me. So instead of doing this, we do environment shadow times albedo. When you spend 14 hours a day cooking for other people, sometimes you just need fuel. Jeez. Most cooks I work with fed themselves on cigarettes and resentment, but hey, that's life. I want to deny it, but there's definitely days where I was so tired and hungry I would have 100% eaten pocket spaghetti. Resentment-free. Cigs cost money. That's true. I don't think in the hospitality industry anymore. Thank the Lord. Yeah, I'm glad you made it out. Seems like something very stressful. I saw a video or a short the other day of or maybe today of a dude, and it looks like he's about to like get a cigarette. He's a chef too, right? But instead he like pulls out a marshmallow, puts it on a pick, and then he pulls out like a lighter to like toast it and then eat it, and that's like that's his vice. It's just a nice s'more. What is happening? This is on... What shader is this? Standard. The player definitely looks more dark in comparison. So let's do this to everything else. So it's here, no more. And again, I should really consolidate these if I can. I for sure can. I just need to do it. Because I don't want to have 3 shaders I have to manually propagate changes to. Like peppercorn. What's cognac steak? I've learned from those same guys, and it wasn't even on the menu. They may be miserable, but they cook miracles. He ate a marshmallow? He had a marshmallow. He just got a marshmallow. He toasted it. He ate it. Like he put out like a little torch. not even a lighter, a torch. Like a wireless or cableless. I guess it's not really a cable torch. There is, but whatever. A little portable torch. Toasted it and then ate it. Like outside. I just found it amusing. Stop. Okay, thank you. Maybe there's just not much. Maybe the sun is just so... Let's change the angle of the sun. Maybe that's just the issue. So instead of really from the side, we're going to rotate you to be more... There we go. Now that's a shadow. Oh yeah, that's a strong shadow now. We're not getting the shadow on the top of this though. It's like off, which is strange. I don't know why that is. Oh, that's from the mountains down there. I haven't finished those sprites. It's cool that the shadows are, the mountains are also receiving the lighting that from the engine. That's cool. There's a brandy, I think made from apples. You add it to cream-based peppercorn sauce with a dash of chili pepper, and it is the best dang steak in your life, I promise. Huh. That sounds good. What other jobs have you had, Cozy? I always think of you as a coder dev, but what else have you done? I mean, that's basically been most of my work. I used to work in a guitar retail store doing So I used to be, so actually even before that, I used to be a freelance pixel artist, and I'd do like I'd be contracted and commissioned to do work for different games. I did a design for a guy's tattoo once. That was cool. But yeah, I did that first for a long time, and then I eventually got work at a guitar retail store. It was like a sales position, and that was cool. I actually learned a lot about music production stuff from that. Learned a lot about audio engineering. And then from there, I eventually switched to my to programming job, and then from there I've just been a programmer. But yeah, that's like the most, is like the retail. Nothing too crazy. I enjoyed that job, but it's also retail, so it's not, definitely not as bad as what you guys are describing. But you know, I used to work in a section that had a wall of speakers, and you just hear things blasting because people can just go in there and do stuff. So you have that. You have people. You learn to appreciate silence after that. So what are we gonna do here with the sun? Because I kind of like the angle we had, so I think we're gonna keep it. Yeah, I like that more. No, that's an achievement. I mean, I don't know. He never sent it to me, but I sent the design. It was intended for a tattoo. So yeah, like I said, like I said this last stream, but I used to, like, for most of my, or at least half of my life. Let's think. Yeah, like more, like around that, like half my life, I was like an artist first and foremost. That was the thing I was known for doing. And it was just a cool novelty that I was able to do some scripting on the side. But it was more like a novelty rather than like my main attribute. And then music was fun. Like, I always did music and I always enjoyed it, but it was always like more of like a passion thing on the side. I think like in the transition from being an art dude to being a code dude, I was a music dude. I leveled up on that, and then I switched over to this. There's something going on here, man. I'm trying to understand it. It doesn't... Things are looking weird. This is not correct. Let me pause the game. We're gonna look at the shader for this. Tile. Are you tile? Yes, you are. Yeah, there's something that's not correct here. Like, it's almost correct, which is why I'm kind of, like, brushing it off, but it's not. There's something not right here. We're not gonna do this. We can choose biases, but we're not gonna do that right now. We do the light process. We do this. tight. Thank you, Syndicate. I'm glad you dig it. Isn't great, but I have at least one B piece tattooed on someone. A? Wait. I have at least one B piece tattooed on someone. Like, you did a tattoo on someone? That's crazy. I could never do that. In Canada, I worked at a store kind of like Home Depot for 2 years. After talking to 80 to 100 customers over 8 hours that day, by the end of the day, I was tired of hearing my own voice. Dev work is so much better. Yeah. And you have the best of both worlds. Of being a dev while also talking on a microphone and hearing your voice for hours on end. You're totally not gonna get tired of your own voice, right? That's not gonna happen. Oh, what's going on here? I suspect the issue has to be with the UV we're passing in. Oh. It's smart enough to know there's other declarations of this. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Ryder. You're smarter than I give credit when it comes to shaders. Sprite sheet. Sprite fragment. So we get... This should be a regular... Oh, we're not gonna do this. We're not using the use board cell size. We're not doing that. We've given up on that. That's not a thing that's happening. Which might actually be... I might have to do... Ooh, I don't know. Oh, UV cell size divided by 2. Because it's like twice the size? I don't know. We can correct this if we need to. Oh, this is set though. This doesn't matter. None of this matters. Get out of here. We're not doing Cozy Light Vertex for these bad boys. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Why this would produce... I mean, hopefully, maybe that was just the issue. Oh my goodness, now it's just wrong. Okay, let's try it again. And dev work is the perfect work to own your silence. Unless you're me. It's kind of funny, dude. Like, I feel where I work, they're much more willing to let me work from home and be away from the office. I suspect because every time I do come into the office, I'm kind of a chatterbox. So I kind of distract everyone, and I end up like invading everyone's cubicles and stuff. Like, some dumb stuff usually happens. I don't know, we get into some goofy discussions. Or, I don't know, some side mission happens. I don't know. I just know that when I show up there, productivity kind of dips a little bit. Partially because, like, I'm so used to, like, I'm at home, and that's like the one time in the week I get to, like, be with other people. So, you know. Yeah, I like socializing. I'm not seeing the lighting I want to have happen though. The lighting is not correct. The lighting does not look correct. We're not having the rim lighting I'm looking for. I almost feel like like flipping the normals and just doing like a really terrible Band-Aid solution to get it to be correct, because I mean it's not that's not right, but I feel like it's gonna get something closer. I should probably cache the properties because it's all that stuff is going away. I did the art. They took my art and tattooed it. Oh, okay, gotcha. For ending early yesterday, okay. No, I just want. I don't know. It's the weekend. We can do work. We can catch up. Okay, no. This is not doing what I wanted to do. I was right. Okay, I want this to actually not require restarting. What shader properties do we need to move up there? Cell width, cell height. That's a global shader property though. We're not using palette masks. Yeah, we're not using palette masks here. Maybe eventually, but probably not. Get that out of here. We're not using this either. We're not doing phase shifts. Alpha we're using. Yeah, we're using that. Okay. Map index. Is that it? If that's it, then like, brother, we're chilling. What are you backed by? Are you backed by integer? Yes, you are. You're backed by integer. Cool. My internship is partly from home, so that's probably for the best because I will yap for the jokes too. Yeah, dude, I love it, man. Yeah, you gotta have that, dude. People want you to be in office until you being in office is a liability. So really, what you gotta do is become a liability. That's the advice. Okay, that's terrible advice. Okay, we have this map to index thing here. Yeah, it still does the thing. Oh well. Yeah, I'm not sure why this is being weird and why it's doing this issue. I mean, it's cool we got it mostly like there, but I don't know, it bothers me, man. Also, we should probably, I want to do something. I want to do a rule where like if, what index would this be? Index is 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If index equals 5, we're not going to do the lighting model. We're not going to do any shading or any of the UV stuff. I think that's so we don't have like those ridges popping up, because that kind of breaks a little bit of immersion for me. So where is it? It's probably not the solution, but it's the best thing I can think of. wait a second. Wait a second. We're gonna have to do like an if else then. Oh, I'm gonna hate that. No, we're not doing this. That's gross. My misspelled question. Shut up. What misspelled question? You like talking about things getting patched or broken and you didn't know about it. What's happening? Oh yeah, like talking about things getting patched or broken and you didn't know about it. I mean that's like productive though. I think the conversations I have with people are more along the lines of like, I don't know, what's something I throw at someone. Like I'd show up and talk about like, hey dude, what type of war crime would you commit if you had to do one? What war crime describes you? What Geneva Convention violation is just your spirit animal? I don't know. It's always something dumb and random. I know we had, there's one that was like very, it spread throughout the office, and it was like, at what point does a cucumber become a pickle? Like, when do you draw the line? Oh, brother. And like, it's great because then you bring it, if you bring someone else who's not initiated into that conversation, you can hear all the other people who've been exposed just groan. It's fantastic. And it's great because the places it leads you to is I don't know, man. It's a bunch of dumb stuff. Clear things that are very much not productive and are meant to just perplex. Good stuff. You'll never know I deleted Tragic. Playing Halo. Which Halo? Oh, let's go, dude. Halo 3? I need to know more. I need you to be more specific about the Geneva suggestions. Oh my goodness. The suggestions. Yeah. I know you guys did crazy stuff, because like that's the meme I see, but I've elected not to know. I see you guys like this nice neighbor next door. I don't want to know that he's like executed 16 people. You know, like I don't need to know about his war past, his war stories. He can still be my friendly neighbor. See, thought pickle was a veg and not a cucumber. What? We are sorry. Oh my goodness, Conrad. I don't know, man. I'm not even being productive right now. I don't even know what we're doing here. I was gonna do a kernel map, but we're not gonna do a key map. I didn't have to do that. I'm just yapping. I'm not even coding right now. I was trying to figure something out, but if I'm gonna be honest with you guys, my brain has just been idling. Usually it's actually like considering, contemplating, going down the rabbit hole and thinking where can the bad things be happening. Here I've kind of just not. We kind of just been not doing that. Simple sprite sheet. Current index. You know what? I didn't check the orientation of the quad. I mean, it shouldn't matter because we convert from object space to world space. So I don't think the orientation of the quad should affect that, but yeah, we give a UV and we sample it, or we get the color per cell, and that's all well and dandy. I think I might have to provide something more though. What I'm trying to achieve. What I'm trying to achieve here is something far greater. Something far greater. Sample sprite sheet, IDA-UV. And here, this is really just useful for dictating size, but it doesn't actually have to be a fixed thing like that. And in fact, since we're doing the cell, maybe it is working, it's just super small. The individual cells are 64 by 64, I believe, or 32 by 32 maybe. So maybe that's how I have to actually partition it, not like the entire sprite sheet, but just the cell, the individual cell. This is what, 32 by 32? 32, yeah. Maybe that's just it. Maybe I just had to change the sprite size for the pixel offset to be correct. In which case, it'd be surprising then that the sprites were the size that they were. Oh, but they don't mess up UV sampling, wouldn't it? Nope, that looks correct to me. Ha! Hot diggity dog. We got our lighting, I believe. It looks like it. It looks like we have the lighting working correctly. Now we have to have like... This is where things get odd. And we either try to do things on the CPU side or GPU side. Or we can have like a Boolean passed in for indicating lit and unlit. The thing is though, that actually maybe this is fine. Maybe this is actually fine. Alright, we're gonna do the thing we had initially intended, which is gonna be the enabling and disabling of the UV normal calculation. So we're gonna call this get world normal. We're gonna yoink all this into that function here. So you're gonna return this value. This would be a float3, I believe. It is a positional vector, not a four-dimensional vector. So that is fine. And then you're gonna need some stuff, aren't you, to achieve the dreams that you have in your mind. Such as you're gonna need the V2F input, and that is largely it. No, it's not. You need... Cool. Here, we're gonna have to make a float3 world normal. Get world normal, pass an I, it's gonna be good to go. And now what we're gonna do is if index equals 5, I believe is the index that we're dealing with, we're not gonna do any of that business. We're just gonna pass in the same normal that came in. So we're just gonna do world normal equals I dot world normal, and that's all she wrote. Yep. In fact, I need to find this in the outer scope, or else it's gonna be sad. Maybe you could have condensed it using a ternary operator, but it's okay. That's okay. That's fine. So please, without distracting you, why is Vim the choice for you? I've only used JetBrains and VS Studio, was just overwhelming at the time. So I'm using JetBrains. I'm using Rider. Vim is an application. Vim Motions is a way of life. Vim Motions is a way of being. It's a personality. It is the source in which you can say, I am here, and you're not even here. You're down here. And you look down at people. Okay, no. So, okay, Vim Motions is just a way of interacting with your IDE, right? It's a way of manipulating any text. So Visual Studio Code, Rider, most text editors are going to have support for Vim Motions at some level, or someone's going to make a plugin for that. The reason I like using that is because I can navigate and modify all of my code without having to touch my mouse. I can select things without having to touch my mouse. I can delete, undo, all that stuff, right? I can navigate between buffers without having to manually click over here or here and then have to move back. Instead, I'm always focused here. And not only that, motion is all built around, like navigation's all built around the HJKL, your home row. So there's a lot of utility in that. There's just a bunch of utilities in terms of like how you manipulate and do stuff. So like being able to go up and down very easily, being able to go to a specific line. I can go to line 380 or 120, 120, if there's a stack trace for that, right? Makes it very easy to navigate. If I want to copy this and then paste it here, I can do that. And I can just keep doing that and undo that. Like, it gives you so much more control over your code so that there's less friction between what you have in your mind and what you want to do in the application. All the stuff I did is not something you could just do like that. So when I get into a flow mode, it's very easy to just unload the things I want to do. There's also things like being able to hop between end of line or end of word and start of next word very easily. There's a bunch of like Vim commands for doing stuff like that. Yeah, just called Vim Motions. Is Vim that was so horrific? I can't remember. Yeah, because Vim is very hard to configure. A lot of people take Vim, which is like a nice, simple text editor like this, and they try to force it to be something it's not. They try to make it into an IDE of sorts. And it's fine, you can do that. But like, if I want an IDE, I could just get an IDE, right? If I'm using Vim, the actual application, it's because I want to work in a super minimal, super easy, nothing there, monkey brain tool. When I do my C projects, I like just using Vim and GCC. I just like it. It's simple, it's pure. Yeah, it's less convenient than IDEs, but it's also like less stuff interacting. It's more pure in a weird way. There's less between you and the actual code, and it makes you have this fundamental understanding of your project and it makes you have like a better understanding of it in a way that you just don't have in other projects that are using IDEs. But yeah, that's Vim or Vim Motions, and that's why I like it a lot. Feels very good. And most people assume all the stuff I'm doing is because of specific key shortcuts. No, you can do this in like a normal keyboard. I was doing something, wasn't I? I forgot. What was it? What was it? We don't need palette mask, so we can clean this up. That's something. Oh, right. We actually already finished something. We implemented the thing. So we can just go into the application and then see if it works. When are you gonna post gym workouts, Cozy? Like, well, like what kind of, like what, some Juji Mufu gym workout VOD or vlog video or something? I don't think I'm that kind of guy. Mostly because I haven't been able to go this past like week or two because of the big launch release that's happening. It's been very tragic. I miss being there. So you have Vim controls integrated into your JetBrains. It's a plugin. It's called Idea Vim. Any JetBrains plugin or a product should have support for it, and it just gives you access to that from within there. It's very nice. Also, is this? That doesn't seem right. Why would this receive lighting down there? The sprite ends here. What is going on? Okay. We said there's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I assumed. Where is it? I assume this is conditional if map index equals 5. Oh, you know what? Maybe. Are we using map index at all? I think we're using frame index. Yeah, I think this is something I preemptively added before I realized I can just use current frame, current index. Okay, that should be the correct one. What's going on, Saran? You love leg days, and honestly, leg days aren't represented enough. Even though I'm a girl, I do favor chest arms myself. I mean, it's different. Arms are fun because I can spend the whole day in the gym blasting them, and I'm fine. I can like live and be able to do and function in society. Legs is like something special because once you do it, you're done for. Like I'm done for the day. It's GG's. We're done. I saved myself for leg day, and now the rest of leg day is recovering from leg day. Mauricio, can you share one day your keyboard layout? I got the same one, but I find it not too smooth to code like your code. Like you code more. Well, it's probably just Vim, because my keyboard is actually very stock. I mean, there's a few things I've done different, but the layouts are mostly the same. Like it's all the same keyboards and stuff. I think. Yeah, but we can do I can do that. In fact, I can share the file for my layout online if you guys want that. Like day appreciation, definitely. Yeah, I don't know if I can ever take a camera into the gym and vlog though. I don't want to be. I don't know. I feel uncomfortable filming anyone in public. But I kind of like I used to be super into Jujimufu, and I loved how he had his garage gym that all the boys would hang out, and then they would film something there. That's cool. So it's partially working. There's something going on though, where like the underside, the top and the bottom are receiving lighting. I'm not sure why that is. It's really strange to me. Because if you look at the character sprite, it's all like mostly just from this direction. Not from the bottom though. So I have no idea what's the deal there. Why this is receiving. In fact, let's do the debug thing. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's the normal. There's something, the normal is showing up the same on the bottom edge of it as well as the top edge. That is strange. And it's happening from the product of this. So we're on to something here. Left, down. We have no biases. So we're not multiplying anything there. It's all just identity. Any object in the world, normal remap. And it's green. That signals that RGB. Y is positive. Yeah, so it's showing a positive Y value on both sides. Interesting. So it's either something odd with the UV. Where are we using the UV here? Left, up, down. I didn't change the constants, right? The constants are still the same. 0, 1, 0, -1, 1, 0, -1, 0. Yeah, they all seem the same to me. There's always something to learn in the industry. Like, there's always a plugin, script, or application or something. Oh, it's infinite, man. That's the fun of it, dude. And that's no brag, because learning is exhausting AF. Yep. I mean, is it? It's the chase. It's the thrill, man. I love doing music production, and I love doing art. But I think with those two things, I've reached the point of, like, contented. Like, there's things you can still learn, but it's just kind of like, it's the marginal cost for marginal gain seems less. Like, I feel like I can execute anything I want to execute with that stuff. But with coding, it's like, it feels like there's always more to learn and to apply and to actually do. I don't know. I just find myself always kind of chasing there. Maybe it's because it's my day job. I don't know, but it's something very cool. I know it's rough, even if it's just it's hard filming to plant the seed of an idea about gym content. Just saying, we here all respect you, and I believe that respect extends to your physical capabilities as well as your mental ones. Yeah, we'll see. I've been thinking about what kind of videos I want to make eventually on this channel. I think I want to make something more high quality than just streams. But I don't know. I was thinking about doing a woodworking stream the other day, though. I made this cane, but I don't know. Woodworking is the thing I do in, like, silence. But who knows? Maybe I'll just bring a laptop out there, put the mic on, and just do some of that. That's kind of physical. Though not quite the same degree as, like, leg day. Brother. I am not gonna lie, man. Sprite fragment, luminance, light comment, total, world normal. This is strange. In what scenario does a positive Y component apply on both? Like, at some level, and it's like isolated to this one function, right? Get world normal. At some level, the down test, this one, the UV coefficient, alpha distance down. Y component. Yeah, that seems fine. Y comp, yep, normal. The remap is correct. Yeah. Brother. Alright, I found it, guys. I found the answer, and the answer is I don't know. I do not know why the normal calculation for the top and bottoms are incorrect. It might be due like to a property of like the mapping we're doing. It might be due to something in the fragment shader. We have so many things going on here. Oh, because it's I was testing. I do not know. Tangent. Initialize. Yeah, none of that makes it all makes sense to me, man. I'm just saying. Trying to make me feel like I'm crazy, and I feel kind of crazy, man. I'm feeling kind of crazy. Map width. Yeah, we don't even need this. We don't even need this. We don't even use it. We don't even use it. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. And it's the fact, that this is a sprite sheet. So the UV offsets, in fact, it's a miracle it's working at all. But yeah, because keep in mind, even though we're only seeing this cell here, there's still a cell in the texture below here in the shader. So what we're doing is checking to see, hey, if you go down 4 pixels from here, is this place transparent? If so, then we're gonna make this change to normal so we can have that ridge lighting. That works fine in parts of the sprites like this, where if they do that, they get to something that's transparent, or parts of the sprites where if they do that, they go off and it's considered transparent. We don't do the wrap mode, but here, on the parts of the textures that are adjacent to other parts, it's going to fail. I don't know why it's going to be positive, though. That is weird. Maybe it's wrapping or clamping or something. I don't know. But I think that's probably where the weird stuff is happening. Which means we'd have to have like a more... Either we add padding to this sprite sheet, or I just check to see if it exceeds 1 or 0, and I just consider that transparent. Which is gonna... We have to make a function specifically for doing this. But yeah, this is how we're gonna have to do it. Yep. Pixel to UV coefficient, I don't know. Is that a float 2? Yeah, it is. And then we're gonna have it in out component. Changes the step size. Let me catch up here. Why do you upload, Cozy? What's going on? No shot. Woodworking? Maybe you should do in Solitude, but upload after. All that said, I'm torn. Not all parts of our lives need to be monetized and exploited. Yeah. Well, that's part of the reason I don't monetize this channel, because I still want this to be a thing that's more just genuine and not affected by monetary things. I don't know. We'll see. We're a glowfied rubber duck, but the other stuff, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Type shit. Yeah, it's exactly it. Takes a minute. Happy birthday, mod. Wait, who? It's so late. Is it early in the morning for you, broski? Yeah, it's like 4 a.m. right now. Complaining, I gotta catch a stream for my birthday. Hey, happy birthday, Sasha. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sasha. Happy birthday to you. Another year of life. Congratulations. Hope you have a good one today. Why do you have all apps in one window like browsers but different apps? Linux? Yeah, I'm using Linux, Mauricio. Step size. Yeah, I'm thinking about it though. The other thing is like privacy. I'm kind of like I want to do the woodworking, but I also have to show the outside of my house for that, and I don't know. That feels a little bit odd to me. And then maybe we don't take in the component. So if sample uv.x is greater than or less than we have to chain these. This is a better way of doing this, but right now I just want to test to see if this is actually the cause. Otherwise, you return. I guess I could just return this, honestly. So now this becomes, instead of this, instead become test alpha UV pixel coefficient do we not? Oh, and then direction. There we go. Honestly, a little bit more cleaner, too, compared to this whole mess we have here. So maybe this is a welcomed refactor. Times alpha test distance. Oh, do we have to do that? Oh, but we have it here. It's a uniform value, so we don't... Nice. Okay, even... Gosh. A welcomed refactor. Who'd have thought? Okay, let's see if this works better. Let's go officially off of drinking age in the US. Woohoo, dude. You spend time on coding? A lot of hours, man. Cozy's the programmer we saw typing and hacking hella fast in those early 2000 movies. He used the mainframe. Nah, man. I'm trying to be, but we're... I don't know. One day, maybe. Okay. It seems kind of better. They're still kind of jank. Oh, shader error. Shader error. What's wrong? What's the shader error? Why are you mad at me? Invalid subscript Y. Graphics 103. 103? What do you mean subscript is invalid? Sample UV. Oh, it's float 2. There we go. That should be it. What stream do I choose because I'm at 0 and I want to learn these coding? I mean, it's either one is the same. They're the same streams, vertical and horizontal. I had a bad introduction to Vim. Yeah, I would recommend just using the plugin first in your IDE of choice and then let that guide you. Okay, this is wrong. This is like wrong. This is quite wrong, actually. Wrong in like so many different flavors. Why is this being wrong? Oh, because we're still using down, not direction. That's a simple fix. Okay. Okay. Well, that's a new flavor of wrong. Wow. Fantastic. New flavors of wrong unlocked. What a day to be alive. What a time to be alive. There's levels to this wrongness. Step size times alpha distance times direction. So this is a magnitude thing. And this is like a vector thing. Oh, there should be one, I guess, yeah. Okay, that looks more correct. And now I can, if I restore the rest of the shader, will this render correctly? It's not going to render at all because we have to restart it. Yep, you got it, Sasha. You nailed the nail on the head. Whole thing out, but YouTube blocked it for some reason. Oddly, I was just calling you, hype me up. Oh, I appreciate it, Syndicate. It's weird that YouTube did that. Weird. But I appreciate it, Syndicate. Even if YouTube is being odd about stuff. I guess you might have to like break it up or something. Hey, now it's kind of working. And you know what? I'm kind of regretting this. Because, this is not... this is not... Oh, brother. Okay, so I think... Okay, there's ways to solve this. You see this issue, right? This should not be side lit. So I think we're going to exclude certain normal tests depending on the type of tile, like we did for this one. So like this one, right? The most common one, we're not going to do side UV tests whatsoever. That's just not going to happen. X component's not going to happen. So if current index equals 2, then, or not equals 2, then we can do these tests. If statements in a fragment shader. Terrible. But I guess it's fine nowadays. It's not a big deal. Alright, let's see. Do you do the no, you're not doing the thing. You're not doing the thing, man. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart. You're tearing me to pieces. I said 2. I think I meant 1. This should have been 1. My bad. But I think the idea is there because the corner piece was not rendering the light on the sides, and that's exactly what we're looking for. Okay, come on. Hey, look at it. Look at it. That looks splendid. And now we just gotta do the same thing for the vertical ones. That's fine. So this is gonna be index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. 4 and 6, we're not gonna do the side ones. Actually, I should just do the Y component tests. Okay, that might even be enough. I mean, we have to do the other one. This is index 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is the other one. Just run it. Microsoft VS Code is the most popular IDE in Pythonist. I've never heard of Pythonist. The easiest from the natural language to actual code, so syntax isn't crazy to learn and straightforward. Okay. Okay, getting somewhere. That's not quite right. That's not. We kind of went backwards there a little bit. We went a little backwards there. I'm not gonna lie. We've gone a little bit back. It's okay. Why is it? So we're saying, hey, the current index is not equal to 1, or no, it has to be and. Okay, I think that's just it. So if current index is not equal to 1 or 9. Okay, maybe hopefully that's just it. Latest you've seen make stay up. I used to go way harder on streams. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just want to get, I think I just want to also just get this game Dunner. Done, 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 did, and done, done. And I feel like I can see it coming together little by little. Ever so slightly. What's happening here? Why is this not receiving the test? Your horizontal strip or vertical strip. They're missing that. Oh right, yeah. Those that one should also not do the X test either. X test. So this would be 1 0 1 2 3 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 3 7 11. So basically, all the odd numbers and some. I think we're only missing 5. And we're actually ignoring 5 entirely anyways. So that doesn't matter. Like 5 is like the biggest one out there. So yeah, it's no odd numbers whatsoever. Let's at least order it so it's a little bit more. Sounds like a character straight out of the Iliad and the Odyssey. Pythonus. It is good to see you, Pythonus. Journeying back from your long journey. Yeah, I don't know. Anything Python, I'm just like, nah. I just tune off. So far, so good. This one also. Which one are you? So you're interesting. You need to ignore only some, but not all. Right. So we actually have to do even more ifs here. So if we're not gonna do. Oh my goodness, this is becoming a jambalaya, dude. Oh, Mauricio. I mean, Python is great for scripts. But I wouldn't use it for anything that's supposed to be load bearing. So that you lovely people are still up, I would probably sleep. It's really nice hanging out though. Yeah, you have a good one though. Python when I modded Morrowind surprisingly, and I already see some Minecraft mods require Python scripts. Yeah, Python finds its way anywhere. No, you're interesting. Who are you talking about? VS Code. But yeah, brother, we're going a little bit hard today. So index 0, we're not going to test the right side. So then we do this. And let's just be preemptive. What else doesn't need to test the right side? All right. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. 8 as well. And this is going to be, what doesn't need left? 0, 1, 2. 2. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Okay, cool. Very nice. Good night. You have a good one. See a dev use Python out of personal scripts. I've never seen a dev use Python out of personal scripts and terminal commands. I've heard it's gaining more traction in Internet of Things stuff. Oh my goodness. But I think load bearing is a great way to put it. Yeah, architectural, no. I've used Python. The most interesting thing I've done with Python is have it generate C++ code for me. So I've kind of made it do some kind of meta programming stuff. For like the engine project. Did I have it backwards? Is this supposed to be? Okay, I can't do numbers anymore. We need to actually have defines. I'm gonna go crazy. Top left 0. What did I use in the? Whatever. Bright. Okay. Oh, what's going on here? Makes me better code and a better language feel. Here, Python makes me better code and a better language feel somewhat abusive. That is hilarious. Oh yeah, for Python? I mean, it's like, it's yeah, exactly. It's like, it's something quick. I don't need it to, that's a funny way of putting it. But it's true. It's like, yeah, your role is to make the code for the real language. But talking about games, right? What about APIs? I mean, what about APIs? APIs is a very broad thing. Left, fill, right, and then horizontal. And then finally, down left, down right, 8, 9, 10, 11. Cool. Now we have our sprite sheet here. And now instead of doing these numbers, I can reason about it normally like a person. So I can say things like, hey, I forgot which ones are which. This is the horizontal stuff, right? So if it's top or up, 0, 1, 2, 3 is the end cap, I think. Left cap, or no, right cap. I'm sorry, did I not do the thing? Oh, I did horizontal twice. No, right cap. What is my purpose? You make C++ code. Oh my. That's literally it. It's literally it. It's great. And you know what? Deserved. Alright. I think I'm a little too tired for this, so I'm going to continue this another day. Thank you guys for watching. I'm going to end stream here. Hopefully you enjoyed. Let me save my progress for the day before we stop, though. I'm just going to navigate to it. I need to make them lowercase. Push that to Berg. It's going to be into return to 2D branch. We're good to go. In a game, how you create the online interaction of some users at the same time with Unity? Do you need APIs as a world of coding? So Mauricio, APIs is a very broad thing, dude. It means literally anything. APIs just means, hey, here's your point of interaction for something. So like functions can be APIs. This could be an API. This is technically an API. So there's that, right? Functions. It could be specific types of APIs, like hardware APIs, like GPU APIs, right? Different graphics APIs such as Vulkan, whatever. Anyways. It could be a network thing you're talking about. So, hey, here's a server endpoint. Here's your REST API they can communicate with. API is a very broad thing. As far as networking in Unity, you're probably going to use some kind of plugin or framework or package. There's a bunch. There's like Proton. There's Mirror. There's a few other ones. I can't remember them. And they'll handle the networking of like game content from one machine. It could be from a machine to a server or a machine to another machine that's peer-to-peer. It'll handle that. Now, if you want something more robust than that, like you're saying, like you're making an MMO or something, and you need to have you have to save people's data on the cloud somewhere, then that's a different type of thing. That's a different type of networking, a different type of API. You have to learn about a whole thing like front and back end, and you're probably going to have to look at hosting and all this other stuff. like AWS and whatnot. You can look at something like Spacetime DB, but for handling the data and the API, the REST APIs you communicate with from your Unity game. But yeah, there's a lot there. Are any instances where one computer talks to another through moving data like PostGet? I mean, yeah, that's a network API. But at a more fundamental level, API is just a boundary of communication. You can have an API between a program A and program B on your machine. Or an API between different hardware on your machine. Is a good one. I've never heard of that liminal. Or just a fancy API. Yeah, everything's API. Heck, like literally, even in C# for code, right? Like, what you decide to make public is an API. Like, hey, I have these functions that are gonna be exposed so people can do stuff with it. That's like the point of communication from other parts of the application. It's what affords what you can interact with and what you can do and what you can't do. If I use like the file info API or function or a struct, it's going to provide a set of things that I can do. Internally, there's probably a lot more stuff going on there. But we don't get to see that. We are just interacting with the API. It's a whole thing. If you're writing a significant part of an application or a big thing, oftentimes you'll start by writing a proposal. And that proposal oftentimes may include or may just even be the class skeleton that outlines the outward-facing functions and or properties people will have access to. And we'll deal with the implementation later, but this is how we want people to fundamentally interact with this thing. It no longer serves purpose as a distinctive indicator of functionality. Yeah, it really has and does not. It used to mean something particular, and now it's very generalized and used across the board. So you have to specify what you mean by it. Two computers talking or APIs? No, what I'm saying is a computer by itself talking to itself. A program by itself. A script within a program talking to other scripts. Like, it's so generalized, man. It really means nothing. Aside from like a boundary of communication. That's all it really is, man. Always has been. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate the company. And as always, guys, thanks for watching the game development. I'll post some updates or something. I don't know. Anyways. But until next time, y'all, God bless and stay cozy. Bye-bye.